Raw on Netflix, and so as a result of that, I wanted to make sure that we were starting early. Normally, we will start at 11 UK time, 6 Eastern time, but I want to make sure we're still doing that little bit extra this week, because it is the second week and we don't know how many extra people are going to be around from last week. People will have watched last week, they will have enjoyed last week, and hopefully there'll still be a few extra people around before this really settles down. It's not that we see week 1 go crazy and then week 2 we're just normal. It's normally week 1 is crazy, week 2 we see a decline, and it's about weeks 4, 5. It's kind of around that area. Takes a good few weeks until it really settles. So I still think tonight is going to have a bit of a special feel to it. They've actually said tonight is going to feel a lot more like a normal episode of Raw. It's going to feel like what a regular episode of Raw will feel like. Obviously, we don't have the technology that we had last week. Last week, the arena is a very unique arena with all the lights on the chairs, and we don't have that. We're just in a very usual space tonight. So no Roman, no Rock, no Cena, obviously no Hogan. A lot of that star power stripped away, which is going to make this, as we said, a bit more of a normal Raw. But let's jump over and see what we've got in regards to a preview, because it's still a good Raw. It still looks like a very interesting Raw, and they've got plenty of stuff for us to actually get our teeth into and preview. So Damian Priest is going to battle Finn Balor in a street fight. That's actually the main graphic as well. I do like these graphics. And this Raw logo is growing on me. But yeah, we've got this street fight. I think it's fine. I can't remember what I scored it. I'm not like madly in love with it, but it is growing a bit more on me the more that I see it. So Damian Priest, Finn Balor in a street fight. Dakota Kai, Lyra, Valkyria. We're going to crown the first women's Intercontinental champion tonight. That automatically makes tonight a massive deal, because there's no reason to think that belt won't be around in 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, 40 years time. We're going to figure out tonight who the first champion was. That's pretty exciting stuff. Then we've got CM Punk. He's going to be live on the show tonight, so we do have some star power. We got Rhea Ripley. She's going to lay out her next steps. That's going to be interesting. She's very clearly said that she's moving on from Liv Morgan. Then we've got Gunther. He's going to make his presence felt, so looking forward to that. Chad Gable is going to be taking on a top-notch luchador. And, of course, we knew last week who this was going to be. It's going to be Penta. So, I'm not the biggest Penta fan. What I would say is singles matches, I actually don't have an opinion of when it comes to Penta. Like, Penta in singles matches, I'm down for seeing it tonight, right? It's not that I'm, like, dreading seeing him coming in, right? But when Lucha Bros, I just really didn't like. I found they did a load of moves. There was no selling. I found their matches with the Young Bucks to be very frustrating, personally. So, you know, when Penta was announced that he was going to come over, I was like, not bothered. Take it or leave it type situation. But now we're here. And now that we have got the merch out and we know that he's going to be taking on Chad Gable in a singles match, I've said before, I'm willing to watch, see what he does, see how he looks in a WWE ring. And singles match-wise, I don't really have an opinion of Penta. So we'll have to see what we get there. Lots of people won't know who Penta is. Lots of people won't know what to expect. We'll find out. We'll find out. I'm sure there's lots of great singles Penta matches out there. I know he was in Lucha Underground. I know that he had lots of matches in AEW. I watched a lot of those matches, but what I'm judging him on is more him and Rey Fenix when they were the Lucha Bros. And I just found some of their matches, most of their matches, to be quite frustrating. So, but I'm willing to give him a chance tonight. Sheamus will be out for Retribution, when he takes on Ludwig Kaiser. So there we go. Big lineup. And of course, if you are just joining us, there is a tweet that has gone out from the Wyatt Six. And that is quite interesting as well. I've actually got it on screen right now. If we whoosh back over here, you can see J137. So J137 says, "What I am doing you do not understand now, but you will understand later." We've also got ECCL31 that says, "For everything, there is a reason and a time to every purpose under the heavens." So it looks like these are the key messages that they want to communicate. And they're just doing it with this image and all this text all over the place, all these numbers. So it looks like that's what's being communicated. I think what's really being communicated is we're getting some at Wyatt 6 tonight. I don't think you put this out and then we don't get anything Wyatt 6. So, you know, my first reaction was get excited because Wyatt 6 fans, we've not been eating that good for a long time. And it really feels like we've got something to look forward to here. So the messages seem to be like, you don't really understand what I'm doing, but you will. So it feels like it's coming from Uncle Howdy. But yeah, looking forward to seeing whatever this is and however this plays out. No announcement of the Wyatt Six on the show. So I don't know that it's going to be anything huge. It's not like a match or anything, because certainly WWE have not announced anything. But yeah, very much looking forwards to seeing whatever it is that they've got in store. Just want to make sure we're on top of stuff. We are. Lovely, lovely. Let's jump into the chats. Connor, shout out to you. 7 stars to join Raw on Netflix. Connor, shout out to you, bud. We're going to have to wait and see who these stars are. We do have a bit of a transfer window, but it's gone very quiet on that front. I don't know actually what they're doing with the whole transfer window situation. It would be good to get some clarity on that tonight. Right, Kim Jane said the Wyatt Six have sent a message. The Devils, who are red, will be visiting the Rovers in blue. And while and white next season, they will be traveling to New York. Thank you, Kim Strange. Connor said, you say everyone's name, but not mine. Who, me? I think yours was the first message I read. Sasquatch said, we need a heel Pentadark from Lucha Underground, and I will cry if he joins the LWO. Aries said, Daze, it's Aries, and I am back. I'm officially a YouTuber since February 26th. 2023. I have got 129 subscribers. Aries, shout out to you, my friends. Good luck on your journey to 1,000. It takes a lot of work, but that first 1,000 is like one of the hardest to get to. But it's if you keep putting in the work consistently, like I was uploading when I first started something every day. And even though I didn't know quite what I should be uploading, I was just putting something up. And then I was trying lots of different things. I was talking about wrestling. I was talking about figures. I was talking about old wrestling. I was doing fact videos. I was doing opinion videos. I was doing toy hunts. And it was the toy hunt that actually grabbed the most attention. And then that gave me an idea of, right, this is the direction I should probably be looking to go in. Which was good, actually, because I was just starting out on like building my Mattel collection. So it worked really, really well. I was just starting to get like into the Mattel range as the channel started. And so that meant I could like document everything. So yeah, if you are starting out, that's what I would suggest doing really is don't just do the same thing repeatedly, which is probably what I'm guilty of now. I mean, all I do are unscenes and streams and opinion videos. So, you know, really, I've fallen into that trap. But the problem is, unseen, I know people really enjoy. And, you know, you have to keep doing that if people enjoy it. But yeah, one of the best things you can do when you first start out is try lots of different things and see what it is that people want from you, basically. Right, Lucas.
Lucas Meyer. Hey, Daze. I'm going to the Rumble and want to know where to send pictures from the venue.
Lucas, shout out to you, buds. Yeah, I mean, I think the best place to send pictures is literally on Twitter, to be honest. Over on my Twitter account, Wrestling Daze YT, I would say of every way that you can get me, Facebook, Instagram, DMs, emails, whatever, right? Any way that you can contact me, the best place to send stuff so that I will see it is on Wrestling Daze YT. I get tagged in so much stuff though. I mean, what I would urge is that people send and tag me stuff if they think it's something like of real substance. I do get people just tagging me in anything I think they see. Every day I get like thousands of notifications, and that can make it quite difficult because I get literally a few seconds to look at each one and then I'm on to the next one. So I don't think people understand the amount of stuff that I get tagged in. I get tagged in a lot. Like if something drops like the Wyatt 6 thing, I'll get tagged in that like 30, 40 odd times within the space of 5 minutes, the first 5 minutes of it dropping, right? Which is amazing, and I really appreciate all the support, but I am just a little bit conscious of sitting here and saying that's the best place to send stuff, and now a load of people are going to start sending stuff on top of the stuff that's already sent. Like, it is very quickly getting to the point where I'm not going to be able to keep on top of it anymore, and I won't be able to keep on top and reply to, I try to like everything I see, so that I've seen it, but it is kind of very quickly getting to the point where I'm going to struggle to keep on top of it soon. So yeah, I would plead with people, just tag me in stuff that you think is really important, the stuff that you think really is like, the stuff I need to see. And Lucas, if you're going to the show, I definitely want to see the pictures you've got. So this does not apply to you, my friend. Absolutely send them over, because I know the community would love to see some bits and bobs that we don't normally see on TV. That's the good stuff. That's the stuff people are really interested in. So Wrestling Daze YT is the best place to tag me in that. But right, let's go down. I just went through the chat to make sure I've not missed it. I am sorry, says Kelly the Wise Lady. Apology accepted, buds. Apology accepted. I've got an idea. What if the Wyatt 6 has a new member and it's P. Diddy? Bad idea. Daz said, what are the thoughts on Fury retirement? I don't believe it, to be honest. He's retired before and then came out of retirement. So I just saw an interview with Eddie Hearn, and he was like, I was expecting this. I was expecting Tyson Fury to retire, because if you want the real big money for a fight, someone's got to pay a bit more to get you out of retirement. If you're an active fighter looking for a fight, you're going to get paid so much money. If you're a fighter that's walked away and said, I'm done with boxing, I don't need it anymore, all of a sudden that amount of money might just get that little bit higher. So Eddie Hearn was like, I saw this coming. I thought we were going to go down these roads. It feels a little bit like a dance. It feels a little bit like, like we're just doing it to get a bit of extra money. So yeah, because this is not the first time he's announced a retirement and then changed his mind. I don't even think it's the second time he's done it. I'll believe it when I see it. Nathan said, Daze, ever since the Taylor and Rob Fee interviews, I subscribed to the channel. I love horror movies. This is a YouTube channel for me, says Nathan. Nathan, shout out to you. Uncle Howdy said, Daze, I think that Uncle Howdy and the Wyatt 6 return tonight, and they announce where the final showdown match with the Wyatt 6 will be, and that is where Alexa will return. We've got some real concern around the Alexa return, right? So I need to find that tweet, which I did tweet out. I've not seen any theory on this, right? But we've been talking about this in Unseen, and I know that people have struggled a bit with it. But here's PW Nexus, good source. Seriously, good source, right? And this was their article that we've been looking at on Unseen. One of the PW Nexus insiders were told by a source that creative plans for Alexa are on hold due to contractual discussions. In no way did they say that she's not returning, blah, 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 blah. We read it, right? So we still think that she's on her way back, but we just don't know what's happening with her contract. This has caused a lot of people to question if this is correct, and that's absolutely fine. As I keep saying, I just see my job as just letting you know what's out there, really. And this is out there, and it's coming from a good source, right? And now, today, on Alexa Bliss's story or whatever, 30 odd minutes ago, she's put Frank Sinatra My Way. And as I said in a message I put out, My Way is like, it might be the most played song at funerals. Like, it starts with, and now the end is near, I face my final curtain. Like, it really is the end of something. And I don't know what she's trying to tell us. Is she trying to tell us this is the end of her and WWE? They couldn't reach a new contract agreement? Is she trying to say this is the end of an old character? But what character would we be saying goodbye to? I mean, her character was quite confused anyway. So, and it's been years since we've seen like that. Unless she's going to come back with something really significantly different. And she's saying goodbye, and maybe she's not going to share as much info anymore. I don't know. I really don't know. I'm not saying that she's not coming back, and I'm not saying that contract issues mean that she's, not returning. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that this signifies the end of something. And I don't think it's the end of her time away, because it's a song about, like, reflection and facing the final curtain. As I said, it's got to be one of the songs that's played most at funerals. So I don't know if she's lost a friend. I don't know if we're saying goodbye to a character. I don't know if she's struggling with the contract renegotiations, but this to me is a goodbye. This is goodbye. But what are we saying goodbye to? So, like, some people might look at, like, this song, this Frank Sinatra song, and just be like, no, she likes Frank Sinatra. But this song in particular is significant. So, and the fact that PW Nexus have attached it to their tweet, which talks about contract issues, right? And then here, look, this person said, plot twist, maybe she just likes the song. PW Nexus said, if only, bro. If only. If it was only that, basically. If that was the only reason she'd put it out, if only. It feels to me like there's something going on here. It feels like this is something we should just keep an eye on. I don't want to blow it out of proportion, because you now know everything I know. And someone could turn around with a bit of information that, she's lost a friend. She's lost a family pet. Or something like that. And then all of a sudden it makes so much sense. But that's what it signifies to me. So the Alexa thing is really interesting. So when people are talking about her returning tonight, I start to just wonder what this is about then. What is she saying goodbye to? Don't know. And I've not seen any update on it, unless anyone's got any info or any thoughts, or if there's been any theories that have circulated. An interesting one. Daniel said, all great, let's get this thing in. Do we think there will be any major returns except Penta Zero? Don't know. I mean, we're just talking about Alexa now, and I suppose I'm explaining why I'm leaning more towards not seeing her tonight, because I feel like there's something happening. But I suppose that something happening could be a return. It's just I don't understand the message that she sent, so I'm not expecting Alexa for that reason. Charlotte, we know, is very close, but yeah, it's difficult because we've got the Rumble coming up, and I think they're going to want to save something for the Rumble. I I think they're going to want to save something. We could have the return of Uncle Howdy, who we haven't seen in a while. So Howdy could be on his way. I don't know if that's something that would necessarily excite people, though. But Howdy coming in is, great chance of that happening. Expecting anything outside of Penta. But, I mean, it's their second show on Netflix. I think they are going to want to make sure they go big. I think they are going to want to deliver something. Kapata said, I feel like Alexa is dealing with something personal with that song, unless it is the death of Blissful. Maybe. And we never know what's going on in people's lives, do we? So you could be absolutely right. It could be the death of a friend, a family member, a pet. Could be anything along those lines. She must know, though, that by putting that out there and being so cryptic that fans will speculate, she must know that. That's gone out on an account where she's got, X amount of, millions of followers. So she must know that by doing that, people are going to speculate and, start to wonder. So, I don't know, if you lost a friend or a pet, would you not just come out and make it a bit more clear? Why would you be so cryptic when you know that people are going to interpret it to like it's connected with your character on TV, I don't know. It's tricky. Right, let's go down. People do speculate. Hate, said Miss Clown. Okay, let's go into Super Chat. Delwyn, very kind. Delwyn's always so supportive. Let's get Trucker Ted to read the comment.
Delwyn Jones, 20 pounds. Hi, Daze. Really looking forward Raw tonight. I believe we're going to get normal, great episode Raw, like HHH said. Mm-hmm. I never watched Penta before, but I am excited to see him in WWE Run. Gunther named Penta, who he. Like to face on CVE podcast.
Well, that's good, isn't it? I mean, Gunther is someone that puts a lot of stock in wrestling, old school wrestling, treating the ring with honor. And, if you want to talk about like the psychology of wrestling, being a ring general, actually building up the match, getting on hold, selling, like all the ingredients that you need to put together a fantastic professional wrestling match. Like, Gunther is aware of those and is someone that's working towards mastering those. And some of the greatest developmental matches we've ever seen involve Gunther. NXT UK, NXT, you can kind of go down a real list of fantastic, incredible Gunther matches. And I think that we've seen certainly a lot on the main roster, but not quite at the same level of consistency. Like, you do stand more of a chance now of seeing like a good Gunther match rather than a match that blows your mind. We went through a period where we saw matches that blew our minds, like one after the other down in developmental. But with Gunther, I feel like he's going through a period where he's just been facing like Damian Priest, and I don't think that's brought the best out in him. I think they've been okay, but I feel like in 2025 we need to get Gunther back to some bangers, like him and Sheamus at Clash at the Castle, or him, Sheamus and Drew in that triple threat that people absolutely loved. Even his match with Sammy at WrestleMania 40 was like really good, and people really enjoyed it, but I don't know that it kind of got to the same heights that we've seen Gunther matches get to. Obviously, the big talking point was Sammy winning, ending that historic Intercontinental Championship run. I just hope that we get some good matches in 2025 for Gunther. I feel like he needs one now. I feel like it's been a little while since he's had an absolute banger. And as we build towards WrestleMania, I'd like to see him have one. I don't know that would be Penta, of course, but it's good, interesting that he's named Penta. I think Penta is someone that I'm really interested in watching tonight. Again, I'm going in open-minded. If anyone's been watching this channel for years, as I said, you know that I'm not a massive fan. But it's not so much Penta. It's more the Lucha Bros. I think it's more the Lucha Bros. I think I've seen just Lucha Bros matches that I've found very frustrating because it's just move, 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 move. If there is any selling, it's for all of 5 seconds. And then they're right back doing move, 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 move. And I just never found a way of like getting into it because it just washes over me. I'm not invested. I don't care because I don't feel like I'm watching a contest. I feel like I'm watching a showcase of moves. Some people enjoy that. You know, some people enjoy that style. Some people are into that. I've come to realize I'm not. And so that's, you know, my concern. But Penta on his own, and certainly against someone as good as Chad Gable, I'm very interested to see how that goes today. So it's got my full attention. I'm very excited. And if Gunther is someone that's excited and would like to face Penta, well, that's only a good thing, isn't it? That's only a positive. So Delwyn, shout out to you, buds. Connor said, Daze, 4 things that CM Punk could do on Raw tonight. Punk and Rollins' feud could continue. Punk could finally meet Gunther. He could call out Cena. Dominic might have something to say. Jason said, Penta as a singles competitor is fantastic. I enjoyed his Lucha Underground run, said Jason. Yeah, I never got a chance to watch loads of Lucha Underground. I saw bits and I found it mind-blowing. I actually saw some clips earlier of him in Lucha Underground, and I really think Wyatt Six fans would have really enjoyed Lucha Underground. The characters, the costumes, the mystique, the kind of otherworldliness of Lucha Underground, I think would have resonated very, very well. In fact, they probably could have had like a Bray Wyatt type character in there and a Wyatt Six, and it all would have worked and fitted perfectly. So it's a real shame that that promotion is not still going. It's a real shame that that promotion was not able to kind of weather the storms. I don't know. It wasn't COVID. I think that it folded just before COVID. So I actually don't know why Lucha Underground couldn't, probably a TV thing. It's probably that the TV money wasn't there and it was what it was. But yeah, I would actually love to sit down and work my way through Lucha Underground. I mean, I feel so sorry for Ricochet because he was Prince Puma in Lucha Underground, and that was when I first saw Ricochet, and I was so impressed. And then look at how it's all worked out for him. You know, he comes in as Ricochet to WWE, and it just never quite works. It just never quite works. It's so impressive, but I just think the Ricochet name is okay. It's okay. It's all right. I didn't think it was brilliant. I think Prince Puma is better, and I certainly think the Prince Puma look was better as well. And he was more involved in much better creative. So, yeah, I've got a bit of a soft spot for Lucha Underground. I agree. I've got a bit of a soft spot for them. I'd like to sit down and watch that whole show again. I say again for the first time, really. I've seen the odd bit here and there. It was on Netflix in America for a time, but I don't think it's ever been on Netflix in the UK. It did have a time being on Netflix. It might still be on Netflix in America now, actually. But I don't think it's ever been on Netflix in the UK, or if it has, I've certainly never seen it. Colton.
Hey, Daze, I have a theory. Alexa is going to do a dark character, but turn her back on Howdy and join Final Testament, or go on her own as a dark heel.
I think they're interested in going and getting her because obviously she's in that URL that we keep referring to. I think if she does turn, she'll spend a bit of time with the group first. But there's so many different ways you can go with Alexa. There's so many different things that you can do. It's quite exciting in that regard. The word on the street from Tom Colohue was that she was going to return with a new character that Bray Wyatt had actually created for her. It was a character that we had never quite seen. And I don't know why. I mean, I feel like after WrestleMania 37, I don't think Bray is on TV much, and then he gets released. So if he did have something planned, maybe we were going to get it at that point. But because he gets released, we don't get anything, right? Then, of course, he comes back. And when he comes back, she's not around. He comes back and, well, she is at the start till the Royal Rumble. He's trying to get her with Uncle Howdy, but the Rumble is her last match. And then she's gone. So as soon as that feud with LA Knight ends, he then goes into starts a feud with Bobby. We don't know what Howdy would have done because Howdy was already approaching Alexa and was trying to bring her in, seemingly. And then, of course, she goes, and then, like, that's it. Right, there's nothing more we can do at that point. They were a bit like ships in the night. They were always just sort of missing each other, really, from the moment that she betrayed him. But we saw enough from Howdy and Alexa to see that it looked like Howdy was trying to recruit her. It looked like there was forgiveness. And it looked like Howdy wanted to bring her back into the fold. Add that into the news that Tom Colohue reported that there was a new character Bray had for her. And yeah, I mean, it feels like her being in the Wyatt Six is a very real possibility. And you've got the URL, all of that stuff. It's just, when does she join for me? I don't have much doubt she'll come into the group, but when? Is it straight away? Is it after a while? Like, when does she come in? And then what's today about? You know, she's put a little thing out saying goodbye, basically. She's put a little thing out saying goodbye, which is obviously come out of the blue. So what is she saying goodbye to? Don't know. I'm not of the opinion we see her tonight. I'm really not. I don't think we see her tonight. I could be completely wrong. But just this word about her contract situation and her saying goodbye, which could just be to throw us off, of course. It could be that it's just a swerve to make us think, oh, no, she won't be in, and then boom, here she is, you know? But as I'm sat here right now, my honest, you know, if I had to vote, will we see Alexa tonight, yes or no? I would go no. I don't think we do. Doesn't mean that she won't be coming in a few weeks or at the Rumble, but I'm just not convinced that we see her tonight at the moment for the reasons that we've just said. But yeah, if she comes in, does she join the Wyatts? Does she go on her own? There's word she's got a new character that Bray had created for her. Do we go with that? Do we work towards that? Does she come in as like goddess and then get turned into that character? Does she come in solo and then join the Wyatt Six later down the road? So many different ways that you can take the Alexa story. It's just, which one do they want to do? Brony said, is it controversial to say Alexa being in the Wyatt Six could potentially hurt her stock as a performer, considering the Wyatt Six hasn't been booked well? I don't know, to be honest, because I don't think that she would be... If she was to join, I think it would actually make that group more important. I think Alexa is someone that is important in the sense of she's got a good fan base. She's decent name. She's maybe not someone that's had the world title runs of like a Charlotte. She's never quite reached the heights of, say, a Becky. It's not like she's main evented WrestleMania, is my point, right? And again, there's lots of reasons for that. You know, there was the pandemic. There was the fact she's been away for 2 years. The fact she was doing a lot of very character-heavy stuff. It's not a knock of her. I'm just saying that facts. The facts are she's never main evented WrestleMania. And I feel like Becky, Charlotte, people like that have kind of been more visible. But I think Alexa is still someone they've got time for, and they have a lot of kind of creative plans for. And, you know, you could see her coming back and having a really good 2025. I don't think if she came back and joined the Wyatt Six that they would keep the Wyatt Six off TV as much. If anything, it would probably raise the Wyatt Six stock, and it would probably help the Wyatt Six get more visibility, because I think they'd want to get Alexa on the show more. And you know, if they're getting Alexa on more and she's part of that group, even if the rest of the group aren't there, the group's still being spoken about, still, you know, and it's helping. It's definitely, it's a bit like when Roman's not around and Jay, Jimmy, Sammy are talking about Roman and acknowledging Roman. Like, that still helped Roman. Even though he wasn't there, we didn't forget about him. There was people that were still talking about him. And it could be the same that if Alexa's on TV and she's talking about the Wyatt Six, even if we don't see the Wyatt Six, it's still going to help the overall aura. It's still going to give them a presence, even if they're not all on the show. So, I don't know. I actually would look the other way. Rather than the Wyatt Six story dragging Alexa down, I actually think Alexa being in it might pick the Wyatt Six story up and might actually help in that way. Kian, shout out to you. Said, Daze, I hope you're doing well. Have a good stream. I enjoyed Unseen. I'm looking forward to Raw tonight. And I'm so excited for NXT tomorrow so that I can watch Lola Vice. I love the amount of perverts that we've got in our community. It honestly, it warms the heart. So, Kian, shout out to you. Tonight's card looks good. Right. Angie said, Daze, everyone, I can't wait for Raw tonight and the debut of Penta. I have been a fan since Lucha Underground, so I'm glad he will be in WWE, says Angie and Joshua. Uncle Howdy said, Daze, so apparently Malachi Black might finish up with AEW, according to Fightful. If that's true, Alistair is going to be welcomed back with open arms in WWE. Yeah, but I read that won't be until like February or March, so I don't know that we can expect him in the Rumble, because we know that AEW are going to do whatever they can to make sure, and they're right to do it, to try and make sure that it's not going to be as easy as possible. We spoke a lot about the dark arts, and I know there's a lot of people that feel like they shouldn't exist, but they do. Like, this happens in every industry. You know, where you've got competition, and there's competition for everything. So I sort of feel like the contract extension stuff and the stuff Vince was doing in the 80s, putting on shows just so that he could go up against other companies' shows. You know, you kind of see that kind of stuff happening all the time. And so with Malachi, I think they're going to want to make it as tricky as possible so that WWE don't just get a free boost. You know, they don't just get someone, here's Malachi, is in the Rumble, it's going to be amazing, you know. It really wouldn't shock me if, like, they try and make sure that, okay, if we're losing Malachi, then, well, there's nothing we can do except add injury time on, or do this or do that. So February, March is what has been reported. With the Rumble on February 1st, it makes me think he might just miss that. And I have absolutely zero faith that AEW are going to help in any way. You know, AEW could turn around and say, we've got no plans for you, we'll terminate your contracts, all the best, and off he goes, and then he could be in the Rumble. But with everything we've seen that's been going on between AEW and WWE, there's absolutely no reason to think that's ever going to happen. And as we said, it's just part of the dark arts, if you will. The dark arts that Vince was always so good, actually specialized in. Vince specialized in those dark. He invented those flipping dark arts. So it's certainly not just an AEW thing. WWE have done their fair share of that sort of stuff as well. Tiny Tails. Tiny Tails.
Hi, Daze. I'm a big Wyatt fan, but never understand why we does not give BO1 and ring promo. This lights go off, they appear all the time, is what lost its momentum.
I don't know either, to be honest. I can't answer that. I don't know. I mean, I feel like the one thing, perhaps it's too difficult. Perhaps that's the truth. The one thing that I was looking for from a Bo return was very similar to what we got when Bray returned. Do you remember when Bray returned at Extreme Rules? I think, like, wasn't it the very next SmackDown, he was on that show with a microphone saying, my name is Wyndham, this is the real me, you won't have seen me before, and I've got to be honest, I'm a little scared, I'm a little nervous, and he was very vulnerable. I still think that was I think that was true, but I think it was turned up to 11. I think it was a character. I think that he was exaggerating And I think he had that planned. And I think he went out there and he wanted to show that he was trying to change and he was trying to not be the monster anymore. And I think that was going to be the story. I think that he was obviously then getting consumed as time went by the monster, by the Fiend, by Six, by, Howdy's interference. So I think it was all part of a story, but it was still captivating stuff, wasn't it, when he came out and was very vulnerable and he was just himself. And I don't know about you, but I always thought Bo coming out as Bo to thank the fans for all the support, they showed, not just the family, but Wyndham when he was alive. And to let the fans know that I'm here to, I suppose in a way, finish Wyndham's story. And, there's work that needs to be done. And to get people invested and on board with there is a story, there is a purpose, there is a goal, there is a target. We are trying to achieve something. I'm going to need your help. I'm going to need your patience at times. But we are building to something. There is a plan. There is something that needs finishing. And I wouldn't want to say finish the story and all that stuff, because that's been done. But I think that's very powerful, to set a target, to set a goal, to try and achieve it. And not only to achieve it for your own self-satisfaction, but for Wyndham, who's no longer with us. And I honestly think, as I'm sat here now, the reason we've never had it is because I don't know that he could deliver it without breaking down and getting upset. I mean, we're talking about real life, we're not talking about a character that's going through something. We're talking about a person that's actually lost their brother and loved him dearly, loved him with all his heart. And I don't know that he could stand in the ring and do that without it actually having an impact. And I wonder if that's why we've never had that promo. And I wonder if that's why it's always pre-recorded interviews. I mean, we have definitely said some stuff and gone into areas like that. We have kind of had conversations around that sort of area, but they've always been in pre-records. They've always been in those videotapes. They've still been impactful, but I agree with you. I think it would be more impactful in front of a crowd where the crowd can respond. I think that's a lot more impactful, but maybe it's just not possible. And I don't think anybody would have a problem with that if that's why, right? I think everyone would be like, get it. I understand. No problems. So it could be that. It could be that. Could they do a live promo that doesn't feature that heavy stuff, though? Could they do a live promo that just focuses on there's a goal, we're working towards it? Sure, they could. They haven't. I don't know about you, but it sort of feels like this story is being fitted in when it can be and when there's an opportunity. This story to me does not feel like a priority. It doesn't feel like the Wyatt Six currently are the first thing that writes, clean sheet of paper, what's the first thing we're going to write down? What do we need to... Wyatt Six are not anywhere near that level. But that's what we've learned, If Wyatt Six was a big deal, they would have been on the show last week. But, instead we're doing Rhea Liv. We're doing tribal combat. We're doing Jay against Drew McIntyre. I mean, you could have dropped Drew McIntyre. You could have done Wyatt Six against Final Testament. I know Jay's a big star. I know that he's got the entrance, and I have no doubt the entrance played a big part on him being on that show, because that entrance is, to see the whole crowd yeeting, having Travis Scott coming out with him. I don't have little doubt that if Jay didn't have that entrance, I think there's a chance that match may not have made it. I think that entrance did a lot of heavy lifting for that match making it, honestly. Because you've got to think about, if you're getting people to tune in for the first time, you want to see the crowd electrified. You want to see, everyone just having just the best time. Oh my God, everyone was having so much fun. What moment encapsulates that, as well as the whole crowd yeeting away, Jay coming through the crowds? Jay's a very charismatic person anyway. But to do that whole thing with the extra spice of Travis Scott is with him, is that's probably too hard to pass up for them. So I don't know. You can make the argument that should have been dropped and the Wyatt Six should have been put in, but I do think that entrance did a lot of heavy lifting for them to be added to that card. We know, but then you can also say, yeah, but they were going to do New Day versus Ray and a mystery person. Maybe that would have been the landing spot for Penta. I actually don't know who that mystery person would have been. I've got to think it would have been Penta. But either way, that match fell through. We didn't get it. So we know even if they were to add an extra match that wasn't shown, it wouldn't have been the Wyatt Six. It would have been New Day versus Ray and a mystery person. Like, there's always other things that are prioritized at the moment. There are other things which just find their way above the Wyatt Six. And honestly, if you're a Wyatt Six fan, I can understand that being frustrated, because really you feel like this is Wyndham's story. We loved him. We were so excited. Nightbird was massive. Like, they should be a priority. They should be a priority, but they're not. I mean, that's the truth. They're just not. Because I can sit here and list the fact that Roman's a priority, Punk's a priority, Jay and his entrance is a priority, a mystery person is a priority. Like, all these things are a priority over the Wyatt Six. I mean, look, it's week 2, and I think we're going to get them, so that's good. I don't think it's just that we don't want to use them or that we've given up on them. I think we want to tell the story, but I think it's a story which is just playing out, and it's not the priority. And so if we can fit them in, brilliant, we'll fit them in. And actually, we've got a better chance of that now that we go back to 3 hours, of course. Because don't forget, we have just gone through 2-hour shows, and that definitely had an impact. If those shows were 3 hours, you would have seen more of the Wyatt Six. I've got no doubt on that. So the 2-hour Raws definitely played a part. But listen, if they wanted to get them on the show more, they absolutely could. They absolutely could. If they wanted them on the show more, there was nothing stopping them. So this is why I'm quite comfortable in saying they're clearly not the priority or a priority. The story plays out in the background. But we do have to remember there are some things that have worked against them, like the runtime recently. And like the fact that that debut episode was stacked with like Undertaker, Hogan and all this stuff as well. So there's definitely some stuff working against them. But even so, we could have probably done more to have got them onto the show. So, yeah, momentum lost? Maybe, but momentum can be picked back up again, can't it? You can have someone that's cold and someone that's cold, and you can easily get it going again because you just increase the frequency that you see that person, you put them into some good creative, give them some good feuds, give them moments, and before you know it, we're back. We're back. So I don't worry too much about it. I'm not like off the hype train. I'm not like, I see a lot of people like, I'm done. It's dead. It's over. It's like, it's really not. Like, now that we're back to like 3-hour Raws and we're past the first episode, the premiere, like really going forward now, we should see more of them. I would say now is a good time to get optimistic, really. If we get something from them tonight, it could really set something up for next week. That would not surprise me. Like what was mentioned earlier, where actually now it could set up a match for next week, like some sort of final showdown. We could absolutely go that way. So, yeah, quite a bit there, but it is obviously a big topic that people want to get their teeth into. Right. Daze, do we think that Logan Paul will challenge Gunther tonight, said Uncle Revel? I don't know. I actually don't know who Gunther's got next as a challenge. I mean, I suppose it could be Logan. I still don't know what's happening with Logan and that whole situation. So I don't know what's happening with him and his boxing. So, yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting. I think that Logan Gunther is a match we need to get prepared for. Daze, I'm not going to mention names, but I heard a wrestling journo saying that if Triple H was to book AEW as it is now, and Tony Khan was to book WWE, things would be different. ? quick question. What's the question? What is that true? Is that the question? I mean, things would be different, definitely. But it would be subjective as to whether it would be better or worse, isn't it? But yeah, things would definitely be different because there's no way. No two people would book the same, would they? I always feel with WWE that they go bigger with their entrances and posing and connection with the fans. I feel like with WWE, there's a lot more put onto the character and the presentation of the character, as opposed to AEW, where they come out, they have music, do a little bit of a pose, come down to the ring, and really it's like they put a lot more into when that bell rings, putting on a great match. I don't think WWE care so much about when the bell rings, we've got to put on a banger. I think WWE care as much, if not more, about the entrance. And, you know, like I just said with Jay, just like with Jay, him coming through the crowd. Or look at Shinsuke. You know, Shinsuke's entrance now is incredible. Look at Seth and how people are singing his thing. Look at Cody with the whoa. I mean, I don't remember that being a big thing in AEW. I don't remember it being a big thing where Cody would come out, there would be the big whoa, and that was like really made into a big thing. I feel like the only person I can really remember where their entrance was like big and like they made a big deal of it was Jericho with Judas. Judas was made into a massive deal. And like, you know, and they'd have the crowd singing it and they'd be really encouraging it. And that was a very WWE thing. So I feel like, I mean, I haven't watched AEW in a long, long time, so I don't know what they do now. But look at I do know what they do with Julia Hart, because I've seen her entrances. And that's very WWE. They've gone big with her presentation. And it works. I mean, in ring, she's nothing special. But like they're giving her belts and people are talking about her. And I think that presentation does a lot of heavy lifting for her. A lot of heavy lifting. You put her back to being that cheerleader that was with the Varsity Blondes. And right, that just was, I mean, it was fine, but like she wouldn't be as over. Whereas now with like that dark, moody presentation and that entrance and everything, they have got something which grabs attention. So I feel like the in-ring would be better if Tony was in charge of WWE, but I don't think the presentation would be as strong. And vice versa. I think actually the presentation would be better. I don't think they'd worry as much about the in-ring. You'd still get good matches. We still get good matches with the occasional great match. But I feel like in AEW, they work harder at the in-ring and they focus more on the in-ring than they do necessarily the stories or the character presentation. But listen, someone could turn around and be like, no, you're wrong, it's all different now. And I'd be like, okay. In the, how many years did I watch it? 3.5 years that I watched. I think that would be accurate. I think that would be fair. Whether that's changed now, it could have. The CEO thing is big, though. I will give them that. CEO for Mercedes. The problem is, though, that obviously we know that the crowds have declined. So I feel like that CEO thing, like Wembley and whatnot, I feel like that was a good place for that. But CEO, when you got like a couple of thousand people in the crowds, it's hard. It's really difficult. But they are trying to present her as this big major star. And I think she's still undefeated as well, isn't she? So I think maybe they're getting it. Perhaps like they're starting to understand, wrap their heads around it a bit more. Ring of Honor is not using Dustin Rhodes much. Dustin Rhodes should come back. I think he's just signed a new contract, but with AEW. Daze, there's some new tag teams. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not really into like this kind of we could do this, we could do that. I suppose I'm a bit more into what we are doing. Because yeah, there's lots of people you could put together. Deletion of Boredom said, how do we think they're going to present Penta? I know this might have nothing to do with anything, but what was your favourite American football team? For me personally, I'm an Eagles fan. Deletion of Boredom, shout out to you. So how do I think they're going to present Penta? Well, it feels like he's going to be a face because he's going up against Chad, who's a heel. Also, looking at the merch, it doesn't seem like his name is going to be Pentagon Jr. or Penta El Zero. It looks like it's Penta, which is, again, very WWE, isn't it? Butch and Andrade, Riddle, you know? Losing those names, those surnames and whatever, making it as simple as possible. So presentation-wise, looks like he's going to be called Penta. Looks like he's going to be a face. And we've actually got an image of the merch, which luckily I just got a picture in front here. So, you know, everything here is giving off babyface vibes. And yeah, I mean, it just looks like it's going to be him. It's going to be obviously Lucha. He's going to be a babyface. I think he's got a decent size to him, which obviously works to his advantage. A lot of Luchas tend to be on the smaller side. He's always been someone that's kind of bridges that gap a bit better. He's got a bit more bulk to him. So I think that it's going to be very interesting to see how much they're willing to push him. He's kind of in a boat very similar to Andrade. Andrade is someone who has got a bit more size to him. He's also got that sort of lucha style, but what I really like about Andrade is he's quite hard-hitting as well. Andrade, I would say, is probably my favorite when it comes to the active luchas that we have. I'd say, I mean, he used to wear a mask. He just doesn't wear a mask anymore, but you don't have to wear a mask. You know, Santos Escobar doesn't wear a mask anymore. Ricochet obviously doesn't wear a mask. And Andrade used to wear a mask, but doesn't anymore. Wasn't he like El Hombre or something like that? El Hombre? But that was before his time with WWE. And so, yeah, Penta's obviously going to be masked, and he has got a bit more size to him. I would put him in the same sort of bracket as an Andrade. I'm very interested to see how they use him. I don't know how he's going to get on. As I said, I'm open to giving him a go, certainly as a singles wrestler. I will be probably more concerned when Phoenix is free and comes in, and then if they put them together. Because then we got the Lucha Bros, and that was just not quite landing for me. Right. You could get banned for that. Could get banned for what? Let's go down. Kapata said, Penta versus Ray and Backlash. It's in Mexico City. Could we see Penta retire Ray? I would hope not. I mean, Ray retirement, I would imagine he would probably want Dominic to be the one that retires him. So there is rumor that we should be doing a Mexican PLE this year. I haven't heard anything like Ray's ready to call it quits. So I feel like we would need to build up towards that, you know? I would feel like that would need a hell of a build if we're about to end Ray's career. So obviously we don't know when we're going to go. I've seen people saying Backlash, actually, which would be straight after Mania. So it's hard to sit here and think that we've got, 4 more months of Rey Mysterio. And then that would be it. So no, I don't think so. Not in Mexico this year. Hopefully that Mexico thing is just the start. We should be going to Mexico. Honestly, you want to talk about great wrestling countries around the world. Mexico is right in that conversation. It's right up there, you know, up there with Japan. So we should have been going to Mexico. I have no idea why we've not been going. Really no idea at all. Unless it's just like a financial situation. Perhaps they think there's not much money to be made there or something. Because we absolutely should have been going. That's a very passionate wrestling fan base. Obviously, maybe it's a bit cluttered with all the different promotions. Perhaps WWE have got a foothold, but I would have to think they've got a massive foothold. And when you've got Rey Mysterio, and not only that, Andrade, Dragon Lee, now they've got Penta. I mean, you've got a serious product to offer Mexico. So Yeah, we do house shows there, live events, but I really feel like they deserve a PLE. I mean, if you're from Mexico, I could imagine you being very frustrated. We just never go and do like significant shows there. And honestly, as an outsider looking in, that would be bonkers, wouldn't it? That would be bonkers. Daze Andrade was brilliant. Ray Azek Jr., his dad, brothers, uncles are all famed luchadors, said Nip Butcher. Deletion of Boredom said, can you get little to me to say I think Prince Zero is going to be the next Ray? Can you say your favorite NFL team? Oh, I don't have one. I don't watch NFL. NFL was never a thing here as I was growing up. It was only the Super Bowl, which would be on live on like BBC Two as I was growing up. Like, if you wanted to watch the Super Bowl, it was available, but obviously in the UK it's like 1, 2 in the morning. So I think they sort of put it on for those people that were Americans that were over here, or any Brits that had somehow got into NFL. But really, NFL, it's never something that's been massive over here. What I would say, though, is the last 10, 15 years, maybe, with the games coming over and the Wembley shows, there's been an explosion in interest. But even now, it's, comfortably probably, I don't know, 7th most popular sport over here. It's still not a thing. So I don't have a team. I've never, outside of the Super Bowl, I've never watched a game. So, and what was the other thing you said? Can you get to say Prince Zero is going to be the next Rey Mysterio? No, I don't think that's happening. I don't think he's going to be the next Rey because he's already coming up to 4. I think he's 40 this year. So actually, as an active in-ring competitor, how long has he got next? How long has he got left? Penta is someone who, if he was 23 now, 25 now, 28 now, then we could have that conversation. But the fact he's going to be 40 this year probably means he's got about 5 years left. To me, he is nowhere near Rey Mysterio's level. Nowhere near Rey Mysterio's level. Rey Mysterio is just... He's just the guy, isn't he? He's just the guy. I would say when it comes to mass wrestlers, I mean, you'd need to speak to people that know their lucha history better than me. But I always feel like El Santo, Mil Mascares, Blue Demon, these are the sort of names that I think of. Rey Mysterio, of course, when I think of the absolute greats, the absolute pinnacle of when it comes to lucha wrestling. But, and I'm sure there's other names, like maybe Conan would be up there. And then I think, you've Penta and Phoenix and whatever. I feel like they're a little way down from obviously that level. And, with the age that Penta's at, I think he's had an incredible career. I think, he'll go down as like a real notable name, make no mistake about it. But I don't know, to compare to Rey Mysterio, I mean, you're comparing against a GOAT. And I don't know that Penta's quite that level. What if instead of it being Penta Zero, somehow it's Jack Black from the movie Noche Libre? Yes, let's go. James said there's one mass wrestler that beats them all: Cocaine, the GOAT, the true GOAT, the first name on a Mount Rushmore. Daze, Ireland is facing England in rugby on the 1st of Feb. Aged car, shout out to you. Deletion and Boredom said, what of instead being Penta Zero somehow? Oh, we read that one. What can we do with Ray now? Kind of feels like all we will get. Do you know, I don't feel like we're doing anything with Ray. I was thinking about this the other day. I was thinking about how great the Rumble is. I was actually going to do I think I even wrote it out and then just saved it, didn't send it. But I actually thought about how amazing the Rumble's going to be with Randy, Roman, Punk, Cena. And then it dawned on me, Rey Mysterio is going to be in the Rumble. And how much do you, maybe it's just me, but how much do you overlook the fact that a true GOAT of Lucha Libre. I mean, if you go to Mexico and you look at the stalls, they sell masks, yeah? And one of the main masks they sell, like more than any other, are Rey Mysterio masks. Like, he is the guy. He is, like, you know, Dragon Lee shows his respect. Andrade, I have no doubt when Penta arrives, he'll be showing respect to Rey. Someone he knows well, of course. But they all pay their respects to Rey. Rey he's the guy. He's a goat. He is up there. So for me, I sort of think, like, we easily forget that we have got someone of his stature on the roster, because we talk about how brilliant WWE are at making these people feel big. You know, we talk about Jay coming through the crowds, and we talk about everyone yeeting away. We could not have done a worse job with Rey Mysterio than what we've done. It's actually scandalous how bad he is being presented at the moment. He is an absolute icon, right? He is a proper top tier name when it comes to professional wrestling, and he just comes out with a load of other people. There's not much fanfare. His matches, you know, if he's going to have a match, it's not a big deal. It's just shoved on the show somewhere. It is awful. It's awful. I feel like, imagine if he had, like, this amazing entrance with, like, this big music, this big intro, like, had, like, all his achievements, footage from throughout the years or whatever, like, something big, something that, like, really heralded the arrival of one of the all-time greats. An entrance that really managed to communicate that. An entrance that was big and grand and really got this across. And if Rey was having a match, it would be significant. It would be at least, like, you know, might not main event, but it might be like taking us from hour 1 to hour 2, hour 2 to hour 3. It'd be a significant match. Think about how they present Shinsuke. Think about Shinsuke's presentation. You feel like you're seeing someone of note. It might not have the, oh, this is what he's achieved and this is what he's done for wrestling. But when Shinsuke comes down with his entrance, it's a big deal. They're really focused on it. He feels like someone of significance. If you're a casual fan, they are saying you need to be watching this guy. This guy is different. This guy is noteworthy. And I think the way they've got the Shinsuke entrance is fantastic. Why do we not have anything remotely close to that for Rey Mysterio? He just comes out with other people. He comes out with Zelina and Del Toro and Whacking Wilds, and it's meant to rub off on them. They're meant to feel bigger by association, but actually what's happening is he feels smaller. He's not raising them. They're sort of bringing him down. And that whole group just feels completely throwaway. Feels like a waste of time. And I really wish that we would just abandon it. Go, we can do something better that'll work better for them. And we can easily do something better that'll work better for Rey. And let's just go big with Rey on his own and see where we end up, see what we can do. Go big, give him that big Shinsuke treatment. And, you know, we forget that he's on the roster and we forget he's going to be in the Rumble. And when we talk about the big names like Randy, Roman, Cena, Punk, Drew, you go down like a list of these names that are going to be in the Rumble. Rey Mysterio should absolutely be on at the tip of our tongue. But a lot of people might not even... It might be a while till you get to his name because his presentation is so awful. So I personally would look at that. That would, if I was working there, I would break up the LWO. I think, you know, you can do something with them. Maybe have Dragon Lee as the leader, as a dark leader, make them a darker group. And I would do something along those lines with them. Get Rey out, present him on his own as this massive deal. And I don't know, let's do Penta versus Rey. Let's do Dragon Lee versus Rey. Let's do Andrade versus Rey. But let's also do CM Punk versus Rey. And let's do, John Cena versus Rey in 2025. Of all the matches we've spoke about for Cena, I don't think we've mentioned Rey Mysterio. And I'm guilty of it. That's because you just don't think about him because, well, why would you? He just doesn't feel like a name that comes to mind straight away, does it? So, yeah, I definitely would love to see better for him. The Beach Kevin, shout out to you. What do we think of the Penta merch? I like it. I like it. I think it looks good. I think the Penta name is short. It's sweet. I think it looks good. I think the masks are good as well. They're about what I think is it 1 or 2? Because it looks like it's 2, but it could be 1 that you just unzip or whatever. I'm trying to get to it actually. I've got it in my folder, so I'll jump over to it now. Getting lots of hello. Chelsea Green is filming content for Netflix. Let's go over into the folders. I've got a merch folder. So obviously there was a lot of Wyatt 6 bits, but we're not talking about that right now. This is what we're talking about. I mean, I think that's a great looking shirt, genuinely. I really like that shirt. I prefer that one over that one, but that one's not bad either. So I actually think the merch looks really good, really well designed. And the logo, I think, looks really good as well. So that's his logo. Think it looks great. That shirt I absolutely love. Do you know what? I think whenever I look at shirts, I always think to myself, same question, and you know what I'm going to say. Could I wear that to the pub? That's the test. And there are so many wrestling shirts that I look at and I go, no, I couldn't. There is no way I could wear that to the pub. So many like, I'm an ass man. Do you know what I mean? Stuff like this. Stuff that you like, I couldn't go to the pub wearing that. There's no way I could wear that. It wasn't the one that had like a girl beaten up and there was a picture of her and then they put that on a shirt. I forget who it was. I can't remember if it was WWE or AEW, but there was some girl that had been jumped. Britt Baker, was it? In my head, it might be Britt Baker where she'd been attacked and the picture was doing the rounds and they put that onto a shirt. I was like, I can't walk into a pub with a beat up girl on a shirt. Like, my first thought is, can I wear this out? Could I go to the pub? Could I meet up with friends? Could I wear this shirt? There are 0 problems here, yeah, which kind of works well. But there are 0 issues. That with some jeans, sick, amazing, looks awesome. Looks like a flipping tattoo design. So that is one of the best wrestling shirts I've seen, actually. That one with Penta on looks great. Again, no issues wearing this. Why would you have a problem wearing that? Unless you didn't like Penta. But no, I think that looks awesome. The mask, again, I don't know if it's 1 or 2. They look the same apart from that kind of nose and mouth bit, which might come with the mask because it just says mask. So that would be like $75. Is that like going to be his entrance gear? Like, does the mouth bit, like, does he take that off? I know he doesn't in AEW, but it says mask, not masks. So I just wonder if that's the same mask. It's just, it also comes with that bit, which you can remove, and then it turns into that, which is the one he wears. But even that looks sick, doesn't it? Even that looks sick. Look at the design. Look at the kind of work that's on. It's not just like a white panel on a black thing. Like, there's actual art on it as well. Like, there's actual work on it. And the kind of the white speckles. Again, that could just be black. But it's not. It's got white speckles on it. And then that could be white, but it's not. It's got this kind of black with red on it as well. I think that mask looks, I mean, obviously I need to have it in my hands, but I think that looks really good. I think that looks really, if you're a Penta fan, I mean, how could you not be down? How could you be down on this? I just think it looks brilliant. Yeah. I bet you weren't expecting that, but I'm honest. I mean, I really think they've done a great job with this merch. I would happily wear that shirt. Happily. I would have no problems wearing that shirt. Now, obviously, if it turns out that Penta in WWE is not to my taste, then maybe I'd be like, nah, I'm all right. But that actually reminds me a lot of another shirt I saw recently. When I say recently, I mean 2-3 months ago. And I remember looking at that going, I could wear that in the pub. Like, again, it's the first thing I always think. And it was Jacob. It was Jacob's shirt. Jacob, the Samoan werewolf. I think, is it not like a werewolf? Again, it doesn't have like their name on it and all this kind of stuff. It hasn't got like a big logo. It hasn't got tons of writing, and there's nothing cringe on there. It's just cool. It's just cool. I would happily wear these items. So yeah, I really love them. I really rate them. I think they've done a brilliant job. Honestly, I think they've done a brilliant job. So lots to be excited about if you're a Penta fan. Junkwax Obsessed said, "Happy Raw Day," and to you, my friends, and to you. We've been just chatting away for like an hour and 20 minutes, and yeah, we've still got an hour and 40 to go until the show starts. But as we said, big show tonight. Don't get twisted at the fact that last week was the premiere. Tonight's just going to be nothing. I mean, this is still week 2 of being on Netflix internationally. This is still a big deal. This is still, fingers crossed, we can keep as many of those fans that checked us out last week to come back, you know, hence why we've started early, because I think there will still be some extra people around compared to where we are probably in like, you know, a month from now. So yeah, still a lot of excitement, even if it's maybe not the fever pitch excitement we were seeing quite last week. Bob Boyd said 40-person rumbles this year. I've not seen that reported. Is that we have done a 40-person rumble before? It was won by Alberto Del Rio. I've not seen it reported that we're getting a 40-person rumble. So if there is information of that doing the rounds, feel free to let me know. Shakeem said, "How do we feel about Bad Bunny wanting to return?" Well, you know my thoughts on this, and my thoughts are not going to change. I love wrestlers. I respect wrestlers. I respect the work they put in. I respect that they're highly trained. And I think that, again, you know, if you've got a singer who spends most of their time being a singer, the idea that they can come in and go toe-to-toe with a highly trained professional wrestler is, in my opinion, detrimental to wrestling. It's a bad look for wrestling. If someone can come in from the outside and be competitive with a highly trained wrestler, that I don't see how that's a good thing. I don't see how that is something which we should celebrate. So for me, him going toe-to-toe with Damian Priest and being in a competitive match was something I really did not enjoy at all. Because for me, if you love wrestling so much that you want to come into this world and you want to contribute, you know, Bad Bunny loves wrestling. Yeah, I don't dispute that. He loves wrestling. So if you love wrestling, you should understand wrestling. I'm sure you understand it. I'm sure you understand what's going on. Yeah, that it's scripted and you know, these people are out there working day in, day out. So if you really love wrestling, would you not have someone beat you? Yeah, honestly, and I'm really not just saying this. If for some reason, some mad, crazy reason, I ended up finding myself having a match in WWE, I would have no desire, indication. I'd have no will to put myself over. I would be losing that match, and I would probably getting jobbed hard. I would be getting James Ellsworth, right? Even if I spent 6 months in a gym and put some size on, I would still be getting James Ellsworth. Because if you love wrestling, you would be willing to do that for wrestling. To put the stars over that do it week in, week out, that have worked so hard and have sacrificed and made lots of sacrifices, you know, not been there for funerals and weddings and missed going out and seeing friends and, you know, all of that sort of stuff. They do that. And they don't do that so that you come in and then we put you over. We don't do that so that you can come in and we can make you feel like a big man and make you feel like you're special. You're meant to come in and help wrestling, not the other way round. So I've got no respect for him. I can't stand him. I think he's an absolute tool. I think anyone that comes in and does that is an absolute tool and does not understand, does not get it, doesn't get it, just doesn't understand. He's a fan of wrestling that enjoys watching it and is seemingly selfish to the point where he's not willing to lay down and have a wrestler pin him even though he's just a singer. So honestly, if he comes back, you know I'm going to hate it. You know I'm not going to be a fan. I'm not going to moan about it much, though, to be honest, because everyone knows. I don't think there's anyone watching that doesn't know. Everyone knows that I love wrestling and that I appreciate the wrestlers and I appreciate their sacrifices that they make. And I just think it's wrong. I'll never change my mind on that. No, I don't see where an argument is to change my mind on that. I don't see where the argument could be that it's right we do that. If we have to have celebrities wrestle, that's one thing, but it's a complete other thing to make them look good in the ring. That's a completely other thing, isn't it? If Bad Bunny has to have a match, that's one thing, but if he was to get jobbed out and murked and made to look stupid because he couldn't hang, I'd be okay with that, actually. I would be okay with that. If Bad Bunny wants a match, that's the outcome. No problem. You can have a match with Gunther, but you're going to get chopped to high heaven. You're not going to get any offense in, and you're going to look stupid because you're going to lose in like 5 minutes. You're going to get smashed around, and we're going to show the world that you need to be of a certain standard to hang with a WWE superstar. But that's not how we book, because we don't want to upset the celebrity, and we don't want to upset the celebrity's fan base. So that's not how we book. How we book is we make it super competitive. And so we don't hurt anyone's feelings, which I flipping hate. And that will never change. So, yeah, he'll come back. He'll probably win a world title, and we'll just have to accept it. But, yeah, he said he wants to risk his life and all this sort of stuff. So, I mean, I don't want him to risk his life. I don't want him to do that. I'm not looking for the guy to die. But yeah. Ian said 40-person Rumble was reported by West. Oh, right. Was reported by Wessel Votes. Got you. Yeah, I don't know how to keep saying this. You've got to block those accounts, kids. There are fake accounts out there that copy other accounts. They copy the real news outlets. So you've got Wrestle Votes, but then you've got Wessel Votes. And Wessel Votes are exactly the same logo. They just don't have the R in the wrestle in the name. And they are literally only there to put out fake news. And I get tagged in it all the time. And I don't even read it. I don't even see it. I don't even know what they're reporting because I've got them blocked. So every time someone tags me in a blocked account, it says this is blocked. I think I've only got like 2-3 accounts blocked, and they're all fake news accounts. So anytime someone tags me in it, I don't even see what the fake news is. And so immediately I know it's from a fake account. Immediately I know it's rubbish. So several times throughout the day I have to respond to people like that, which I don't mind doing. It's not a problem. But if you're someone that's joined us regular or seen unseen, you know, hopefully the message got out there. Block them. Just block them. You will never have to put up with that nonsense again. Lovely. Right, we're up to speed with all of that. Let's get back to the chats. Hannah, hello, said, Daze, we have a massive Raw that is stacked tonight. Maybe your favourite wrestler will make his debut, as the potential rumour that Backlash is in Mexico. So let's hope tonight is juicy. Shout out to you. I think it will be juicy tonight. I think it will be juicy. Chris said, love the show. Respect, I'm a big Cena fan. Do we think Cena will win the Rumble? Hello, Chris. I think Cena has got a chance, yes. He is currently the favourite. And I think they do want him to be in a big match. Rumor is him against Cody. So if he doesn't win the Rumble, I think he wins Elimination Chamber. It would feel like he's going to get one of those. And the bookies seem to think it'll be the Rumble. I don't know if he wins the Rumble. Again, if he doesn't, I wouldn't worry. I really think he would then be favourite for Elimination Chamber. Either way, he's going to get to WrestleMania. He's going to be in a big match. We think it'll be for a world title. I probably have got him as the person I'm looking and keeping my eye on. If Cena gets eliminated, then we're going into, okay, this is interesting now. Because it could be Punk. It could be Roman. It could be The Rock. It could be Seth. I feel like in that second spot, there are a few names that it could be. But I think firmly fixed at the top is John Cena. I'm going in expecting... Wow, I don't know what I'm expecting because I really think there's a chance he doesn't and then he wins Chamber. I just think if I was booking, what would I do? I wouldn't have Cena win the Rumble. Because I think everyone is going to be watching and hoping he does. And I think you just put a few obstacles in the way. I've already said, if I was the booker, Cena ain't winning the Rumble. He's also not winning Elimination Chamber. I would have someone like Sheamus win Elimination Chamber. But I would have said to Sheamus, listen, you're going to win the Chamber. It is winner goes on to WrestleMania, but you won't be in a title match, right? I'm telling you that now, so you don't get disappointed. But you are winning the Chamber, and we are going to revisit this after WrestleMania. But you're actually going to be out for WrestleMania. You're not going to be on the card. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to have you attacked, and I'm going to have you taken out, and I'm going to have you injured. So even though you've won the Chamber, literally a few weeks before WrestleMania, when it looks like there's no hope for John Cena, and it looks like there's no way that he can get involved in the title matches. Do you know what I might even do? I might even announce, this is how cheeky I would be. I'd be cheeky. I would put Cena in a match against Big Bronson Reed, right? It can't be him because he's out injured, but I'd put him in a match against someone like that, yeah? Him against Braun Strowman. Him against someone of that caliber, yeah? Good match, but not the match you want. And I'd announce it, and I'd even do like a little build. And that's it, and everyone would be upset, everyone would moan, and I would be absolutely fine with it. People would be like, this isn't what we want for Cena, and there'd be a big backlash, and I would be loving it. I would be sat in creative knowing that I am about to have Sheamus get injured, and we're about to do either a battle royal or a gauntlet, and actually I'm going to have Cena enter that, right? With his opponent, Braun Strowman, or whoever was going to be at WrestleMania. I'll have both of them in that Battle Royal, or both of them in that Gauntlet. Winner replaces Sheamus, and I'd have Cena win it. Cena would win it, and he would get entered into that title match 2 weeks before Mania. It'd be a big, oh my God, it's happening moment. You will have gone through the ringer, because you would have thought, well, okay, he hasn't won the Rumble, but he'll win the Chamber, and then he doesn't. And then I'm going to announce a match, right? So it looks like this is what we're doing for Cena this year. And there'd be loads of conversations, loads of videos. I think when you're kind of part of the internet wrestling community, when you are someone that sees the conversations that happen, you sort of have lived through a lot of ups and downs and have been through lots of different stories. I think you can sort of understand, like, how wrestling fans think and what they want, and how you could potentially, you would never swerve everyone. There'll be plenty of people in this community that would maybe not fall for that, right? That's absolutely fine. You're never going to get everyone, but could you get a chunk of people, and could you get the casuals? You know, I think you absolutely could. I think with a story like that, you could absolutely take people on a journey, and I would be loving life, honestly. I'd be sat back just loving it, just listen. Enjoy the ride, kids. Enjoy the ride. So will he win the Rumble? I don't know. If it was me, no. And I'd really put you through it. But ultimately, what you care most about is, will he be in a title match at WrestleMania? Yes. He would get there. And I'd get him there by that point if I was booking as well. Long Beach Hippie said, Royal Rumble entrant 25, Roman Reigns, 26, Solo, 27, Gunther, 28, Punk, 29, Seth, 30, Jacob Fatu, 31, The Rock. Who wins? Well, as I said, like, for me, Cena is the favourite. I don't think The Rock's at WrestleMania this year, so I don't think we're going to get that 31 thing. I mean, again, is it all a big swerve? We're going to have to wait and see, but all the news reports, all the insiders, all the dirt sheets, all the evidence, it's pointing towards he's not there. But to be honest with you, if I was booking, this is how I would look to do it as well. Like I've just said, really throw everyone off the scent. Do whatever I can. Put fake stories out to the dirt sheets. Try and really get some fake news out there so that it really throws people off the scent. I actually think the dirt sheets are a massive problem because a lot of what we base stuff on it comes through them. So, like, you know, your Sean Ross Sapps, your Wrestle Votes. I'm not saying they're like a bad thing, but like, you know, they're doing their job. They've got connections. They can speak to those connections about what's the plan, what's happening, and they get answers, and they pass those answers on. And more often than not, those answers tend to be accurate. So it sort of means we've got an idea as to where things are going. And so I would use that. I would really use that. I would muddy that water as much as I absolutely could. I would get you to the point where you just wouldn't even know what you could trust anymore. You know, WrestleVotes are saying this, but they said that the other month, and before that they said that. You know, I would really get it to the point where you just wouldn't even know anymore what's true, what's not true, what you can trust, what you couldn't trust. And I would mess that water up, because I think if there was a way of doing that, I think wrestling would massively benefit. Massively benefit. Because I feel like I'm sat here now going, I think it's Roman Punk. I think it's Cody Cena. I think Gunther Logan has been spoken about, but I don't think that's locked. I don't know what the plan is for Seth, to be honest, this year. But yeah, that's what I'm expecting. Tiffany against Charlotte. Word on the street is Rhea Becky. And so we can already start to put a bit of a WrestleMania 41 card together in our heads. That's kind of where we are for the championship matches. As I said, I don't know quite yet what we're doing with Seth. But yeah, that is where we are. And if that proves to be true, the fact we can sort of answer that on the 13th of January, still, 3 months before, you know, maybe not quite 3 months, 2.5 months before WrestleMania is a bit disappointing. And we're going to have to wait and see if that is true or if it's not true. The great thing is, I don't think anything's properly locked in, because I think there is obviously stuff that changes all the time. So you never know when that next twist is gonna arrive. Misfit Boy, shout out to you. Hello. Connor said, do we think Goldberg is going to return and challenge Gunther? Yeah, I do. I don't think it's going to be for the... I don't think it's going to be at WrestleMania. It could be, but the reports are Logan. But it could be Goldberg. But yeah, apparently Goldberg is going to wrap it up. I think he said a couple of matches. So it might not just be one match. But there's maybe a chance we get Goldberg in the Rumble, you know. I do have that actually in my tweet that I never sent. I do have Goldberg in the Rumble. I wonder if I've still got it saved, actually. In my drafts. Yeah, I do. Here it was. This was it. So this year's Rumble could honestly be the greatest of all time. Check out the potential names. Punk, Roman, Cena. And then you see how I put Ray high because I was really fixated on what we had spoken about. Like earlier about Ray. Randy, Jeff Hardy, I actually think is a really good chance because he's signed to TNA and we've got that relationship. And it was only last year we had Jordan Grace in the Rumble and she's TNA. So why would it be impossible for Jeff Hardy to be in? I don't think it is. I don't think it is. I don't think it's impossible at all. I think he could be in with a great shout. Signed to TNA. We've got a relationship with TNA. He's a massive name. We haven't seen him in a while. Why could we not have Jeff Hardy in the Rumble? Jey Uso, Seth Rollins, Drew McIntyre, Jacob Fatu, Goldberg, Penta, Shinsuke, Bron Breakker, Logan Paul. I feel like, okay, I know that people will have some shade on Logan, but he's a big name for the casuals and he's probably going to be in the Rumble. I think 15 names there, all big names. Bron Breakker, maybe not a big name, but he is the Intercontinental champ, so that helps. Shinsuke, former IWGP champion, maybe, you know, not a big name to newcomers in WWE, but he is the current United States champ, so I think they benefit by having the belts. Logan, one of the biggest social media stars. Penta, obviously a lot of excitement about him coming in. I think they'll build that excitement as we head to the Rumble. I think, you know, for what he's done in wrestling is a big name. There's obviously a lot of hype around him coming in today. I don't feel like I'm lying by including him in the big names. Goldberg's big name. Jacob is like the breakout star of last year. Drew, Seth, Jay, if we get Jeff Hardy, Randy Orton, Rey Mysterio, John Cena, Roman Reigns, CM Punk, I feel like that there, the first half, is amazing. Is really good. Second half, we do take a step down, but we're still looking at really good talent like Braun. Look at his size. LA Knight, big pops. Damian Priest, former world champ. Trick Williams, one of the most exciting stars in NXT. Massive aura, massive entrance. Place would go bananas if his music hit. Sami Zayn, big name, member of the Bloodline. Dominic Mysterio, big reactions. Dragon Lee, someone we probably haven't really maximized on, but someone that I think they see a lot of potential with. He's probably the name you could take out to swap in with like a Matt Hardy if you wanted Matt Hardy. Or, you know, there are a lot of reports that like maybe they go Joe Hendry as well. But then Finn Balor, former Universal Champion, meant to have a big 2025. Miz, Grand Slam champ, former WWE champ. Kofi Kingston, former WWE champ. Omos, killing it in Japan. I think like Omos, the size of him as well. Sheamus, former champ, world champ, of course. R-Truth, who doesn't love R-Truth being in the Rumble? Obafemi would be interesting, current NXT champion. Big guy as well. And then potentially The Rock. Like, I'm not looking at this and seeing Knobs or Sags from the Nasty Boys or Luke or Butch or Angelo Dawkins or Whackin' Wild or flipping, do you know what I mean? Like Del Toro, Tyler Bates, you know, no shade on those people. But we're talking about either massive names or former world champs or, like, you know, a couple of people I understand you could take out. But that's a hell of a lineup. That is a hell of a lineup for a Royal Rumble. All realistic as well. I mean, for example, I didn't put AJ Styles in because I don't know that he's going to make it back in time. But if he does, you could take out a Dragon Lee and you could put in an AJ Styles, or you could take out an R-Truth and put AJ Styles or Obafemi. But he is the current NXT champ. I don't think it's a great hardship, and he is big. So, you know, AJ Styles was someone I was looking at. Ilya Dragunov as well was someone I was looking at. But I don't think he'll make it back in time. And we know that Big Bronson Reed won't either, unfortunately. So, yeah, I mean, honestly, I looked at it, I was like, should I send that? I don't know why I didn't really. I don't know why I didn't bother, but I didn't bother. I just saved it and I just moved on with my life. So, yeah, but again, genuinely, I think it's a really great looking card. I think it's a really great looking lineup for the Royal Rumble this year. Oh, that's interesting. This is pretty interesting. Jason Baker said, many moons ago, Eric Redbeard and I made some pretty weird promos together. Enjoy. Tell you what, let's repost that. People will be very interested in that. That can actually go in the... will we get away with watching those? Because they're on YouTube and that always makes it life difficult. I'll have to have a little look if I can show that on Unseen. I would love to show that on Unseen. WWE Raw on Netflix set to undergo a change. What's this story? What's this? The show is expected to undergo a few changes. Tonight's Raw from San Jose will showcase what Mondays on Netflix will typically feel like. Compared to last week's big premiere, expect some changes in visuals as the Intuit Dome's advanced technology isn't present everywhere. Tonight should still retain that fresh new vibe. That's just WrestleVotes. That's WrestleVotes. That's not... we knew that. It's Kaz. Thank you, my friend. Look at that sexy boomer. As usual, the journalistic goddess, wow, that is Metal Mama, provides all the information. Yeah, she always does amazing breakdowns. So, Metal Mama, show her some love. Look at that, though. Ian calling her a journalistic goddess. Everyone thinks Alexa, it's clearly Howdy that's changing, says TJF. Our glorious bird lady has arrived. Lyra. Let's have a look at Lyra. Yeah, we got our poll. Who's going to win tonight? I feel like the fans are going to be really split on this. I think the fans like both. We've had over 900 votes. 55% want Dakota or think it'll be Dakota. 45% think it'll be Lyra Valkyria. I don't mind, to be honest. I think it should have been Natalia. Literally just came across. You're not a true country music fan if you don't know who this country singer is. JDS said, you can't see me, Lucha Bros. Let's go. What's this? Justice for Naomi. According to a report by PW Insider, the mystery of who attacked Jade will be a key part of her next storyline once she returns. 2 different ideas are being considered for who is responsible. It was noted that the storyline gives WWE a way to move the women's tag belts without having Jade or Bianca take a loss. It allows WWE to keep both superstars strong while setting up plans for WrestleMania, especially if they end up facing each other. So, what? They could move the tag belts. How? How do they move the tag belts? I don't quite get that bit. It was noted that this story... I'd have to read this whole article, wouldn't I? This excerpt, I think, is just interesting, but I feel like I'm missing out on the full deets. Because I don't know what it means by they could move the belts. Is that like a new article? That was Billy that shared that. Thank you, bud. I'll have to see if I can find that article or if anyone's got that full article. Kicking off Raw tonight is... No, don't know. We'll have a look at it when we get to it. Oh, that's interesting. I want to find that now. I want to find the Jade Cargill who attacked information, which I've not seen. It's unseen. Right. Days not fair. You got to pick at least one, Lyra or Dakota, said Felix. As to who wins, I think Dakota wins. Who do I want to win? I don't know. I don't know. I don't have a strong draw either way. I feel like with Dakota, she's been out injured quite a while, so I don't feel like she's built up that momentum. So she's come back and, you know, they've given her a little bit of a run. But, I mean, it wasn't... She came back from, like, a long injury and then she got injured again. Backstage, she was attacked. So I sort of look at what she's achieved so far. And even though she got called up with damage control, I sort of look at, like, how much she's been on the roster, you know, with injury. Plus, also, she's been in damage control, so she hasn't always been wrestling. She's like been on the outside of the ring sometimes. I don't know. Is she really the person that you would say deserves to be the first women's Intercontinental? Is she a workhorse? This is why, for me, I just don't get why we haven't put it on Natalia, who has had more matches than anyone else, more wins than any other woman, equally more losses than any other woman. So, I don't know. I can't, but then Lyra ain't been on the main roster that long. So, I don't feel like either of them massively embody what I would look for when it comes to the first women's Intercontinental. So, I think that's kind of why I'm a bit like, don't know. I like them both, but like, I would not pick either to be the first women's Intercontinental. I'd pick Natalya. So, I don't know. I think they'll go Dakota, though. I think they'll go Dakota. She's been in the system longer. Richard, shout out to you. What did Richard say? He said, oh my God, 17 months. Shout out to you, Richards. Really appreciate the support, dude. You've just caught me at a time where I'm trying to find this Jade Cargill thing. Here. Jade Cargill is back at the Performance Center and has been working out the mystery of who attacked her will be a part of her next storyline in WWE. There are 2 different pitches as to who will end up being responsible. So do they not have news as to who it could be? Right. So it looks like all that information we had is the only information we had. I thought that there was going to be some information on who it was. We've got 2 different stories as to who it could be. It could be this or it could be this. Turns out there isn't. Turns out we don't have that information. Turns out they've been made aware there's 2 stories, but we just don't know what the 2 stories are. Got you. That makes more sense in my brain now. Lovely. Harley said, what if The Rock enters at 31 and is thrown out by Roman, and that could set up night 2 of SummerSlam? Could do. It's a little bit of a walk to get there. I mean, obviously SummerSlam is quite a distance from the Rumble. There was the fake plan, the fake news, which we think is fake, that had him coming out at 31 and losing. So that was in that Royal Rumble sheet, that leaked. So, yeah, it's not impossible that we get that, but from what we've heard, it's still unknown as to whether The Rock Roman is going to take place at some point this year. And it does feel like a WrestleMania match, doesn't it? I mean, you could absolutely do Rock Roman at SummerSlam. Is this year's SummerSlam 2 nights, or does that start in 2026? Have we got a 2-night SummerSlam this year? Because that is happening, isn't it? But I don't know if it's this year or 2026. Either way, if it is this year, maybe they will want to go extra big with it. And maybe we will get something massive like Rock Roman or something to, really, 2-day SummerSlam. Like we need to turn the volume up type thing. They should. Honestly, this idea that we have to save the monster matches like that for Mania, we should move away from that. There is room for something later in the year. I do think SummerSlam should be about August time. Having it in July is a little close to Mania. Mania is like April. So, you go from Mania in April, then you got May, June, and then you're at your next big show. It's a long way to go from July to April again. So if you do it, you don't want to be getting into the winter. So you don't want to be going like October, I understand. But like August, end of August, middle of August, something like that. That would be a good landing spot, I think, for SummerSlam. It's still summer, August. Kids are off school here in the UK for summer holidays. So, you're still in your summer. Weather should be good. And, I would do SummerSlam then, and I would go big. I'd make it WrestleMania-esque. I think this idea that we only have one WrestleMania, we should move away from that. The idea that SummerSlam has to be a bit smaller than WrestleMania, I'd move away from that. I'd make SummerSlam WrestleMania 2. Not in name, I wouldn't change the name. It's still SummerSlam, but why should you not do Roman Rock at SummerSlam? People would be, because it's too big, it needs to be at a Mania. Why? Why don't we just make SummerSlam bigger? And make more money? And go big and do like a whole event around it, and just that to me makes sense. I think there's a need for it. I think let's go big. Go big or go home. So, Harley, shout out to you, buds. I don't hate that at all. I just don't know, like, if you start the story. I mean, the thing is, though, Rock goes away, doesn't he? Goes away to do his films, and then when he comes back, you just pick that story right back up, so. Alex said, Final 4, Rumble prediction, Roman, Cena, Punk, Seth. Roman, Cena, but imagine them all in a corner each. Oh, that's a hell of a Final 4, isn't it? That's a hell of a Final 4. That might be the greatest Final 4 ever, actually, if it does go that way. Roman, Cena are both contenders for, like, all-time WWE Mount Rushmore. Punk, probably not because of the 10-year absence, but he is maybe on a Mount Rushmore for most loved. And he's still a massive former world champ, of course. And Seth, I mean, I feel like Seth... Oh, I just don't know. I feel Seth, it's really hard with Seth, isn't it? He's not on a Mount Rushmore for being the best. Is he on a Mount Rushmore for most loved? I don't even know, actually. Do you know, of those Final 4, I feel like the weak link would be Seth. And that feels really harsh. As I'm saying it, it feels harsh. Roman, Cena, Punk, Seth. The one that you would say, oh, I'd probably swap him, for me would be Seth. Which feels harsh. I don't even know who I'd swap him for. Rock. The Rock to make it bigger. Oh my God, imagine that. Imagine that. Roman, Cena, Punk, Rock. Oh my God. Oh my God. Imagine that as a Final 4. Yeah, I am right. Take Seth out, put Rock in, and that is bigger. But it does feel harsh to say Seth's like a weak link after everything is done for WWE. Roman Reigns said, I can't wait for Raw tonight. I love the 3-hour shows. Roman Reigns, shout out to you. Well, we're just over an hour away. So it's not going to be too long, but these kind of pre-shows, they go by so fast. And I think we're seeing that here as well. I mean, we've almost been streaming 2 hours, and it really does not feel that way at all. So, yeah, big shout out to everyone that's joining us. I hope everyone is excited for the show tonight. Should be a real good show. Should be a real good show. Right, Hot Dog Puppy said, Daze, I've got the monkeys again. I always think of the show if anyone says the monkeys. And, of course, the music. But I remember... That's actually a fond memory I have when I was young. I remember being young watching Nickelodeon. And the thing with Nickelodeon was that it used to have cartoons on it. And it used to, like, Rugrats. And it used to have Doug. And it used to have Rocko's Modern Life, Ren and Stimpy. But it also had shows like Sister Sister, Clarissa Explains It All, Pete and Pete, you know? I used to have all these kinds of shows. I used to love them. But then once you got to about 7 o'clock, it went weird. Because up until that time, I'd get back from school. School would finish at 3:30. By the time I'm getting home, it's about 4. And so then I've got 4 till 4:30, 4:30 till 5, 5 till 5:30, 5:30 till 6. At that point, then, I'm probably going out and playing football. And I might have gone out before that. But sometimes I would watch what was on 6 till 7. But from 7-ish, it went weird. And actually, sometimes even just before 7. And you'd get things like the Monkeys. And, I mean, I don't know when the Monkeys was airing. It must have been in the 70s, maybe. Actually, I'll have a look at that. When did the Monkeys TV show air? Monkeys TV show. Monkeys TV show aired from 1966 to 1968. So it was a 60s show. So you very much, the way it was shot, the color palette, what they were doing, like how psychedelic it all was, like it just felt very different. And when you're a kid, you're like, what the flip is this? It was fun. It was zany. It was, do you know what I mean? But it was just like, what the hell am I watching? Can you get that on DVD, actually? Because I don't know that. I don't even know that I would want it on DVD. Yeah, you can. You can get the Monkeys on DVD, like the complete series. I don't even know that I would want it. But part of me would want to watch it again to see how I feel about it as an adult. Because as a kid, it was trippy. So yeah, when you talk about Monkeys, you take me back to my childhood. And I think about that show. And I think about Nickelodeon. And I think about not knowing what the flip was going on. Hot Dog Puppy said, I just wondered what you made of Travis Scott. Reports are that there's more plans for him. Stay 5-ish. Hot Dog Puppy, shout out to you. I don't have much knowledge of Travis Scott, but I have had people get in touch saying that he was doing a concert and he didn't end it and there was like a tragedy. And honestly, I've not heard about any of this. Travis Scott is someone that is not on my radar at all. I don't know anything about him. I think he had some sneakers that I heard about, like Travis Scott's. I've heard people say that. So I feel like he's got his own line of trainers, you know, like Yeezys and whatnot. Other than that, I couldn't tell you who he dated. I couldn't tell you when he started. I couldn't tell you his hits. I couldn't tell you anything about him. I don't know anything about him. But apparently he is one of the biggest stars in the world. I was the exact same with Bad Bunny. I had never heard of Bad Bunny until WWE brought him in and did a song about Booker T. Do you remember that? That's how he came in. At the Rumble, he did a song about Booker T. And Booker T stood there whilst Bad Bunny did a song about him. And Booker T was just standing there. It was one of the weirdest things I've ever seen. And then I think he ended up being in the Rumble and it was like, okay, well. And then he ended up doing that street fight and it was like, oh, Jesus. And now he's talking of coming back. Anyway, Travis Scott, I don't have any opinion. I mean, I don't think it was brilliant that he was smoking as he was making his way to the ring. I sort of feel like... Yeah, I mean, he can do it. Do you know what I mean? But, like, I don't know. I just sort of feel like you shouldn't really do that because smoking in front of kids encourages smoking. We know it's bad for kids. It's not a big, clever thing to be doing. I don't know that he was doing it to look cool. Maybe he just does it and he just didn't even think. Perhaps he just smokes all the time and he was like, I'm just going to smoke. But then why did no one stop him? Why was there no producer that stopped him as he was making his way? I can't remember if he started smoking. Perhaps he wasn't smoking when he first came out, and perhaps he like starts as he's making his way down. Perhaps he reaches into his pocket and starts smoking, but I don't know. I mean, that's clearly a level of unprofessionalism that you wouldn't expect from a WWE super. Could you imagine any WWE superstar? Could you imagine Jey Uso making his way down to the ring, reaching into it and just smoking? I know people will be like, oh man, he don't care, he's so cool. I don't really see it that way. I thought it was a bit of a douche move, honestly. I just sort of think like he's in his own... It's that celebrity thing where they're just so self-centered. So self-centered. They don't think, they don't care. They just do what they want. And like, oh, whatever. Whatever. Like, for me, I wasn't keen on it. I wasn't down on it. It wasn't like I was ranting about it. But, you know, in the cold light of day, if you're going to ask me, did you think it was cool? No, I didn't think it was cool. It was lame. Coming down and smoking when there's kids in the crowd and whatever, like, what's cool about that? Like, what's cool about that? It's not cool. So, to me, like, I don't know. Apparently, we're going to do loads with him. I don't know what that means. He's probably going to have a match. WrestleMania will probably be Bad Bunny versus Gunther, Travis Scott versus Cody, and we'll just flip and do that, you know? That's probably like a nightmare, hellish vision of the future. We'll have JoJo Siwa against Tiffany Stratton. We'll have Ariana Grande against Rhea Ripley. We'll have Bad Bunny against Gunther. We'll have Travis Scott against Cody. And we'll just... wrestling fans will just look forward to the one match where we actually get two wrestlers facing each other, rather than just endless celebrities beating up the wrestlers that we've got. Yeah. I mean, I'm pleased that Triple H is in charge because I think he gets it. I think Triple H gets it. I think Triple H genuinely knows there's a line and we don't want to go over that line, but equally we don't want to upset fan bases. So, you know, I need to get Travis Scott involved. How it's probably be a tag match and we'll give him some moments, you know. But if he's going to get the pin, the wrestler is with will do the work. Travis will just come in and get the pin, you know. He'll do a splash and then he'll pin the opponent, get the win. But it will be Damian that did most of the work or whatever, yeah. Yeah, I could see that. Travis Scott and Damian Priest versus Finn Balor and Dominic Mysterio. It'll be something like that, won't it? It'll be something along those lines, so. Yeah, but I don't know him. I don't know Travis Scott. I don't know him. Yeah, I don't know anything about him. People might be like, nah, he's cool, he's awesome. I do think whenever I get those responses, though, when you get those responses, it tends to be from fans of theirs, you know? It tends to be like people that are like really into them. I mean, I like Charlie XCX. I have no desire to see her wrestle a flipping match. Absolutely no desire whatsoever. And I would happily call that out if she did. So, yeah. Right, Alex, shout out to you. Said Punk versus Cena versus Roman versus Cody. Cody turns heel in alliance with Rock and Heyman. What he gave Cody was Heyman's contact, and Punk's favor was a title match at WrestleMania. It sets up Roman versus Rock at SummerSlam. Hang on, I need to get my head around this. Punk versus Cena versus Roman versus Cody. Okay. Big fatal four-ways like that don't grab me personally. I'm way more into one-on-ones. We did a fatal four-way main event at WrestleMania 16. It's not looked back on fondly. We did a triple threat with Roman, Edge, Daniel Bryan. I don't see anyone ever looking back on that fondly. I think when it comes to Mania, it's that Hogan Rock. It's that Hogan Andre. It's that Cody Roman. It's that face-to-face. Two people that hate each other are going to settle their score. You can't always do that every year. I do understand. So maybe this year we do a fatal four-way, but I don't know. I'd have my concerns with it. Historically, whenever we've done that, it's never been brilliant. Cody turns heel in alliance with Rock and Heyman. I ain't keen on Cody turning heel either, to be perfectly truthful, because I think Cody is someone that is so over with the kids. He is an absolute bona fide babyface. He can do heel. We've seen him be a heel in like other promotions, but he's just such a babyface. I mean, if someone's going to break John Cena's Make-A-Wish record, it could be Cody. I mean, he just sticks around, meets the fans. He's the son of Dusty Rhodes. He is born for this. He is a pro wrestler. There is nothing else on this planet Cody Rhodes is meant to be doing. I think that like he loves the fans. He meets the fans. He's got time for the fans. He's brilliant with the kids. Shifts loads of merch. Turning him heel is like, I just don't know why. I don't know why. Why do we need to do that? Why do we need to turn him heel? Why is him as a face not working? I think him as a face is working. I don't think there's anything wrong with him as a face. I think his creative's been a bit dull. But I wouldn't turn someone heel just because their creative's not been brilliant. I'd fix the creative. Fix the creative rather than turning people like heel. Plus also, I think him and Randy is a match I really want to see. And I don't think Randy would be the face. Because I think Randy needs a match with Cena. So Randy needs to be a heel. Because Cena ain't going to get booed. Cena's in his last year. Cena's retiring. Who's booing Cena in 2025? No one. So if you're going to do Randy Cena, it's either going to be face versus face, or you've got to turn Randy. The other thing as well is Randy against Uncle Howdy. You know, Randy is Bray Wyatt's greatest foe. So if you want to do a story of Wyatt 6 against Randy, which I think we should do, then you need to turn Randy. So if we need to turn Randy because of his feud with the Wyatt 6, and we need to turn Randy because of his feud with Cena, then if we're going to do Randy versus Cody, Randy as a heel means Cody as a face. So for me, I would be keeping Cody face for those reasons. What he gave Cody was Heyman's contact, and Punk's favor is a title match at WrestleMania. Sets up Roman Rock at SummerSlam. Roman Rock at SummerSlam, I have no problem with. No problem with that. Rock giving Cody Heyman's contact number. I don't think he needs it. I'm sure he's got it. I don't think he's going to need that. But for the sake of a story, I would be okay with it. But I'd be surprised if he didn't already have it. Punk's favor a title match at WrestleMania. I don't hate that. The only thing is, though, are the fans going to be okay if Punk calls in a favor and it's basically that's the money in the bank, isn't it, really? That favor now is like flipping money in the bank. That favor is like, I want a title match at WrestleMania. I mean, that's like winning a Rumble. Are the fans going to be okay with Punk just calling for that and having that? I think you might find there'd be some grumbles of people being like, but how's he deserved that? How's he earned that? You got to win a Rumble to get a title match at WrestleMania. Or you got to win Elimination Chamber. Like, to just get given it is like, I could see a few people questioning it. So I would say, like, the mixed bag of bits in there of stuff which I like the sound of, I can see working, few bits I'd have concerns with. I don't know. There's so many players and different directions you can take this story, but I think there's some stuff there which I like Rock Roman at SummerSlam. I have no issue with that. Cody turning heel, just, I don't know. You can do it. I'm not saying you can't. I can just see reasons as to why you wouldn't. But lots to think about there. I like that. So, Alex, thank you, my friend. I do like comments that we can really dig into. Like, you know, explore and, like, tear apart and be like, what do we think of this? What do we think of that? So, that was good. Alex, appreciate it. JDS Aviation Adventures, shout out to you, buds. And Roman Reigns said, click the like button. I love you, Wrestling Daze. Roman Reigns, shout out to you, buds. Shout out to you. I really appreciate the support. What is this? WWE 2K will officially introduce a city to play in. Just like NBA 2K, WWE will feature intergender matches. Huh? And the graphics will be better and the gameplay even smoother. Best 2K video ever will be shown January 28th. Who's this person? Nearly 30,000 followers. What's that? What does that mean? Did you watch Assemble Show? He said this days ago, said Mr. All right. So what does that mean about being in a city? Does that mean you can, like, go to the shops? Can I be Tiffany Stratton and go shopping? Could I go grocery shopping with Bianca Belair? I feel like I need to watch this, but it's 5 minutes long and that's not happening. I'm interested in that, though. I'm going to have to watch a bit of that. We'll officially introduce a city to play in, just like NBA 2K series. Well, not only has this person got a large following, 30,000 followers, but someone in the comments said, did you see this video? Because they said it as well a few days ago, which sort of suggests that this is doing the rounds. There's a few people talking about it. And listen, 2K are the same company. So if they've done something in the NBA 2K game, it's not crazy to think they're going to do it in the WWE 2K game. So introduce a city to play in. What's this? Becky Lynch to return with an indie wrestler to form a faction with Lyra Valkyria. Sports Key. As soon as I see Sports Keyder, I'm like, it's probably waffle. Yeah, look, straight away, exploring the possibility. Waffle. Waffle. That is basically, we've done some fantasy booking. Let's explore the possibility of this. Let's not. How about you don't waste my time? How about that? Janelle Grant's attorneys file another motion. What's this news? Oh, there's lots of news coming through. Plaintiff still intends to amend her complaint. Oh, yeah, she was doing that. She was amending it. Believes Miss Grant has counsel. The motion notes that it did not plan to seek an extension. Grant's attorneys earlier this week. Material developments. That is highly relevant. I'll have to have a read of this as well. Oh my God. Can't do it right now. I'll have to put that in that one. That'll do. Right, let's go back to the chat. I think we got a couple more super chats. Shelf Presence said, anyone who has issues with the bunt and not with The Rock taking shots of tequila and driving a truck, it's a crazy world. I have way more issues with a DUI. Well, I mean, you can drink and drive, but it's just there's a limit, isn't there, to drinking and driving? I mean, I'm not crazy about that either. But it was it shown on WWE TV? He did that on Instagram. I don't like it. I don't see why you should have to choose. I don't get why we're saying, oh, if you're all right with this, but not all right with that. Who said we weren't all right with that? Like, I don't like that either. I don't like the fact that he was drinking and then drove. So I condemn that equally. The only thing I would say is, that was on his Instagram. I don't think that was put onto the Netflix show. So I don't think that was beamed around the world. But it was still on his Instagram. It's still going to go to all of The Rock's followers. You can drink and be allowed to drive. There is like a level where it's deemed you're then impaired. Until you reach that level, it's okay. But it's still not a great visual, is it? To drink and then jump in a car and drive away. It's not a great visual to send out to kids to because it doesn't look great. But I don't know. I sort of feel like that's a different situation because it wasn't on Netflix. You can have a drink and drive legally. You're not breaking any rule. And that was on The Rock's personal account. But did I like it? No, I still didn't like that either. I don't want to come across as like some prude. I don't want to come across as like some, you know what I mean, some square. I don't want to come across as some nerd. I mean, I don't have any problem with people smoking blunts and having a drink and still being legally allowed to drive and being under the... I mean, like, all of this is legal and acceptable. The only question is, like, when it starts to be shown on TV, on a PG program. Well, I say a PG program, they can go a little further now. They can push the boundaries, but there's still a lot of kids watching. We see those clips of the kids putting their fingers up in the air, acknowledging Roman when he's coming out. Like, I don't know. Do we want them to be watching stuff like that? Like, I just don't think it's necessary. I think that's what it comes down to. It doesn't add to the program. It's not required. It's not necessary. It's not something that needed to happen. So, at the risk of sounding like a square, which I probably do, but you know what? Who cares? Roman said, Vanessa Hudgens in the ring with Charlotte Flair. Yeah, book it. According to PW Insider, CM Punk is currently scheduled to open Raw with a promo tonight. We do have new dates for Saturday night's main events, so we did receive that. AEW star names Charlotte amongst dream opponents. Who's this? Thunder Rosa would like to face Charlotte Flair. Well, it's not happening, so get over it. Everyone's excited to see week 2, said Edward, and see how it goes tonight. They've got some good matches. But who's going to win that IC title? Does this 113.7 mean a new member plus Bray? I don't believe so. Bible reference, we believe. Okay, Jake said, members of the Wyatt Six in the Rumble, what would be your opinion? I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it because I think we just showed actually a list that you could have for people in the Rumble, and it didn't involve any Wyatt Six members. I don't think they're not needed to fill the Rumble out. And equally, I don't think we need them in the Rumble because what's the prize of the Rumble? It's to main event and go for a title. And I just don't think that's something that the Wyatt Six are looking to do at the moment. At the moment, they seem to be trying to right wrongs. And they, listen, they are trying to give those that have not had opportunity. So it does fit that remit. You know, you can make the argument that Dexter and Joe and Nikki and Rowan, they were all pushed to the side in some way. They were all struggling in some way. And now Howdy has come in to help them, give them a platform. So in that regard, you could say it fits that now they're going to be in the Rumble trying to win this opportunity. But I sort of feel like in this period that we're in now with the Wyatt Six, we haven't spoke about personal goals. We haven't spoke about personal milestones like trying to win titles, stuff like that. At the moment, they're still a faction. They're still a group. They're still united in a mission of trying to bring down other groups that are wronging people. So for me, them being in the Rumble doesn't quite fit right now. I think you can do it. Ultimately, you can do it. Maybe next year you do it. But this year at the moment, I'd only have them in if they were there to try and eliminate others. And I wouldn't really want to do that story in the Rumble. You know, having them there to try and eliminate Judgment Day. Like, I would rather have the Wyatt Six maybe attack during the Rumble to eliminate Finn and Dom. I think I had Finn and Dom in the Rumble. So if you want the Wyatt Six to have a presence, why don't they jump in the ring and eliminate Finn and Dom and prevent them from winning rather than taking up spots for people that I don't think are focused on titles at the moment. So I wouldn't do it, to be honest. CM Punk Bailey, Steph, comment on retirement. Lovely. Okay, we're up to speed with all of that. Right. Daze and a flipping white wrestling shirt. I never thought I would see the day. James, yeah, shout out to you. It looks good. Are we talking about the Penta one? It looks good. Denise, shout out to you, said, I'm drinking. Drinking is legal in the US. Blunts are not legal in all US states. Snoop Dogg smokes all the time, but he's never smoked during a WWE taping. Well, even if he did, I would still say I don't think that was a good thing to do. I would still say I wasn't keen on that bit. And again, I don't want to run the risk of sounding like a square because, I mean, I don't care, to be honest. I don't care. If people want to smoke, smoke. If you want to drink and drive, as long as you're legal and you're doing it like under an amount, it's fine. But yeah, if someone's going to ask me, what did you think of that moment? My honest answer is, I didn't think it was cool. I wasn't like, oh, look, he's smoking on TV. Oh my God, that's what a hero. Like, I just find it a bit like, I don't really get excited about that. So, I don't know. Some people probably did. Some people probably enjoyed it, but it is what it is. I'm pretty sure Triple H was not keen as it was happening. I'm not sure Netflix were loving it. And I'm not sure we see it again. So it was a moment. It happened. We move on. So yeah, wasn't keen on that. Wasn't keen on The Rock drink driving either. But as we said, I don't think that was shown on the actual show. So in order to have seen that, you would have had to have gone to his personal social accounts. And I don't know what he's doing on there anyway. I don't know what kind of, what he puts out on those channels. So there could be loads of examples where he does that. That might not be the first time. So I'm not sure. Days. Not sure if you heard, but Saturday night's main event later this year is on the same day as AEW Texas. That's going to be interesting, seeing both shows go in to great lengths, as the Saturday night's main event will be massive. I did hear that, actually, but I did also hear that apparently WWE don't choose the dates. It's actually chosen by, I think, NBC or whoever owns them or whatever. So I don't think it's WWE trying to be difficult. I don't think they're trying necessarily to put programming up against AEW. I think it's just a date that has been selected. There could be something in that date. It could be that weekend is like a good weekend for people being paid. People, like, historically, it's a good weekend for ratings. And it could be that's why both shows are on that day. I know a lot of people are like, no, they've definitely chosen to go up against AEW, but I'm only telling you what I read. I read earlier that it's actually not chosen. Dates are not selected by WWE. It's NBC that select the weekends that are best for them. And maybe when it's a bit of a lull. Think about this. If you've got lots of sport on a weekend, you probably don't want to do a major wrestling show because you're having to compete against lots of big sporting events. I mean, you wouldn't want to do a major wrestling show the same day as the Super Bowl, right? Obvious. So you're going to want to avoid certain weekends. So it could just honestly be that weekend is pretty free. There's no major sporting events. Good time of the year. People have been paid. Historically good views. Ticks all the boxes. AEW have gone on that weekend, and NBC have chosen that weekend, and that's why we've got both shows. So, you know me. I'm so over the WWE AEW kind of battle. So it does not feature into my thinking. In my mind, that weekend will be Saturday night's main event. I don't think they're going to have to do anything different or special. I think if you're a fan of the WWE product, you'll tune into the WWE product. I think you'll watch it. I don't even know how much crossover there is anymore. I don't know how much crossover there is. I don't know how much battling WWE have got to do to make sure that they don't lose viewers to AEW. AEW would have to announce something pretty monumental for WWE, I think, to be concerned. They would have to announce something seismic, something really big, something out the ordinary, where WWE would be like, oh my God, we've got a bit of a problem here. If it's just going to be their wrestlers that they've got on their roster in some sort of matchups, I think WWE will just do, there'll be a Cody on that show, there'll be whatever. They'll put on a good show. I mean, it's going to be a good show, but it was always going to be a good show. But I really don't think they have to go crazy or anything out the ordinary, I really don't think that. I think AEW are in a slump. They're in a slump. And I think they're struggling to get... I think, was it Ryder that sent me... Ryder sent me a document that showed that 13 of the last 15 weeks, NXT had beaten AEW in the viewership. 13 of the last 15 weeks. There's only 2 weeks that AEW have actually managed to get more viewers than NXT. So we're not talking about an AEW of a year ago or 2 years ago. Not an AEW of 3 years ago. Nowhere near. This is an AEW now. I mean, if you think back to 2020, you think back 5 years ago, AEW week after week would spank NXT. NXT would be 650. AEW would be 850. And there'd be a healthy gap between them. Now, 13 of the last 15 weeks, NXT has beaten AEW in the ratings. We're in a different place now. It's in a different place. So I don't think this big... I don't know if people are going to try and make it out to be this big battle, this big war, this big, oh my God, they're going to try and go at each other. I really do not feel that. I think I think those days are done. I think the war is over. I think they'll keep an eye on them. And they'll just make sure there's nothing crazy, nothing out the ordinary, nothing that is like exceptional, but really, you know, I'm talking like a Sting retirement, you know, which we've already done. Even a Jeff Jarrett retirement's not going to be that big a deal. I mean, I really don't know what they could do. I really don't know what they could do. I think the honest truth is AEW fans are going to watch that show. And WWE fans will watch Saturday night's main event. And the casual fans are not going to pay X amount to tune into All In. Like, not when you've got Saturday night's main event just on TV. And you'll have a Cody, or you'll have a Punk, or you'll have someone of note. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm not... Just washes over me now, this whole AEW, WWE thing. JDS, shout out to you, said, I've just renewed my membership. I couldn't afford it previously, but I'm glad to be supporting once again. Well, shout out to you, dudes. JDS, I appreciate the support. And I really do. Welcome back. We actually did a Daze React yesterday, which I really enjoyed. I really liked it. So if anyone is a member and they've not seen that, you can check it out. Corey wanted to know if it is on Netflix tonight. It is on Netflix. We're on Netflix permanently now as we continue to move forwards. Right. Leaping Lucha Larry is at the show. So swoosh that over there. Look, Leaping Lucha Larry is actually at Raw. He said, San Jose, we're here. Going to pop that in the old community folder. Eva Marie versus local competitor from 2015. John said, let's go. Yes. John, what are you eating? What you got, John? That looks good, mate. I'm down for that. Oh, look at this. Looks like we deal with like really serious big issues when we don't really. So yeah, look at that, John. Loving that. Look how you've put it in a straight row as well. I never do that. I never do that. If I was to bring that, if I was to have that, it would be in some sort of circle. That's really interesting that you've cooked that or had it delivered or whatever. And the way you've placed it on the plate makes a lot more sense. I would have that. If that was like half a pizza, I would have it on half the plate in a circle. I wouldn't probably have it perfectly altered, like, you know, it would just be on, but it would still be in some sort of circle shape. And I would take it up that I have never in my life ever stacked it and done it that way instead. I have never done it that way instead. That's crazy. But in a positive way, because it's logical. I feel like I'm watching Einstein eat pizza. I feel like I'm watching Pythagoras trying to work out how to fit as much pizza onto a plate as possible, and he's cracked it. Yeah, very good. Do any of you other boomers do it that way? I've never done it that way. I've never, ever done it that way. Let's go. I am DJ. It said, here's a short video that shows what NBA 2K... I can't play it, it's copyright, but I can show it. Here's a video that shows what the city is like and potentially what could be in a 2K game. I've retweeted that for anyone that wants to have a little gander. But video game footage is a bit of a nightmare when it comes to copyright. You have to really keep your eyes peeled when it comes to that. Because you can get hits with copyright issues. Yeah, John, shout out to you, buds. Will Lyra Valkyria become the first women's Intercontinental champion? John said, I just saw a picture of the arena. It doesn't look any different to usual, but the ring mat is still blue. John said, Einstein, I don't know if it would be a compliment or an insult. Einstein, I don't think people are going around insulting each other, calling them Einstein, but I'm pretty sure if someone calls you Einstein, it's coming from a good place. Honestly, on the council estates, when people are throwing barbs at each other, I don't think the term Einstein is one of them. Oh, you're such an Einstein. How could you? I thought we were friends. No, I would take it in all of its positive glory that it was intended. Right, let's get back to the chat. Nico said, Daze, you may have spoken about this, but who are we thinking wins the Rumbles? I'm leaning Becky for the women's. I think I've been pretty consistent with that. And for the men's, John Cena's the favourite. We spoke about how I wouldn't have him win. We think he'll be in a title match. If it's not Cena, I wonder if they go Logan. Because are we doing Gunther Logan at WrestleMania? It's sort of the word on the street. If it is the word on the street, Logan winning the Rumble, how does that play on social media? It puts him in a title match at Mania, and it's going to be the Gunther one. Honestly, that's probably the nightmare scenario for many people, but I think we have to go into not ruling it out. I think we have to go into not ruling out the fact that it could be Logan. Go into the Rumble with that as a very real possibility. So, yeah, I'm not sure I'm going to be able to pick him. I think Cena is the favourite, but if it's not going to be Cena, there are a few thoughts that it could be Punk, it could be Roman, of course, but Punk versus Roman don't need no title. You could do Punk versus Roman, and as I said, you don't need the belt actually to be involved. So tricky, that, isn't it? Tricky, because if you do Roman Punk and the belt's not involved, then neither of them are winning the Rumble. And then all of a sudden, does Logan become a bit more of a favourite? Or maybe Goldberg? Goldberg could win the Rumble, and then that's it. He's done, and his final retirement match. And you could have that as part of it. Title versus career. If Gunther wins, he wins. Goldberg retires. If Goldberg wins, he gets the championship, and he has one more run. So if you want some outside shouts, Goldberg, Logan, I think would be outside shouts that have got a possibility. Right, Crash Dummy said, I believe WWE need to bring back the sign cam so that fans have reasons to bring signs. They have, but we do see signs. We do see signs in the crowds. Signs of the week. They've been doing that a few weeks now. Ellis Tubb said the city is garbage in NBA 2K. It's the worst part of the game. It's a money grab. Oh. Do you know, I don't play many games, as you lot know, but there's one game that I would like to play, which I was really interested by, and that was Street Fighter 6. Because in Street Fighter 6, there's a new world mode, and what that means is you can basically GTA. So you can walk around this world doing these side missions, getting into street fights. And the game is called Street Fighter. And so you go around and you do these little things. It's not GTA in size, of course. You know, it's not got that big yet. But I saw some reviews of it saying it was really good. And it could be the kind of future direction that the series goes. It's going to go that way. And I was like, oh, this is really interesting. So I'd like to give that a go. So I'm thinking the NBA City thing might be somewhat similar, and the WWE thing might be somewhat similar. I would really recommend they look at that Street Fighter World thing, or whatever it was called. It was just a game mode that was in Street Fighter 6, and it got really good reviews. Really, people seem to be really pleased with it. I don't know what the gamers felt of it. I'm talking about the people that got the early access. But I always quite fancied giving that a go. It's Bryn again. Shout out to you, my friends. King Gemini said it was repetitive AF. Is that the Street Fighter one? Hopefully the City thing can fix the server issues. Oh, I think you're talking about the 2K thing. It got repetitive. Outlaw24 said facts. A City in WWE 2K is definitely bad news. Ooh, people don't like it. People don't like it. Dork Knight said saying Einstein is not a compliment. It's making someone out to be a smart ass. It's like saying no shiz Sherlock. Well, it depends. Context, surely. Surely it means context. Surely context has to play a part. Aaron said, yes, Daze. You might have spoken about it, but I've only just managed to get on, and I really wanted to be here. What do we think happened with the tweet? Oh, the Nikki tweet is interesting. I think that was more to do with, like, a marathon and fundraising, and Metal Mama did a brilliant breakdown of that. We included it in the latest Unseen. So I don't know that there's much to the Nikki Cross tweet. There was a Wyatt 6 tweet earlier today. That was a bit more interesting in my book, because that one didn't feel like it was for charity or anything. It felt like it was basically a message of, you might not know what I'm doing yet, you might not understand, but you soon will. And the way they communicated it was in a very Wyatt 6 manner. So this dropped 2 hours ago, and here you can see the J13:7, which we believe is obviously a Bible reference, and then you've got the Ekel 3:1, yeah, which is right there as well. I don't know if anyone's messed around, looked at the source code, messed around with, like, you know, all that kind of stuff. It just seems to be those two that people have located. Don't know about these patches here as well. Don't know what that's about. But yeah, basically, as you can see here, to David Gaddy, thank you, my friends. John 13:7, you don't understand what I'm doing, but soon you will. That was Jesus speaking to his followers. Eccles Cakes 3:11 said, there is a time for everything and a season for every activity under the heavens. The teacher of wisdom speaking to his students. There is a time for everything and a season for every activity under the heavens. So it sort of feels, like there's a time and a place for everything, right? We're gonna be able to do what we want, you know, because there's a time and a place for it. And you might not understand what's happening right now, but soon you will. Is kind of how I take that. So, and then of course, spooky chair, spooky lantern, and that got tweeted today. Now, whenever we get a tweet like this, it tends to mean they're going to be on the show, or there's going to be some communication on the show. So I think if you're a Wyatt 6 fan, this is a very exciting development. And the fact they weren't on last week, apart from during that commercial break, you know. So, yeah, there's definitely reasons to be excited. Definitely reasons to look forward to the show if you are a Wyatt 6 stan. WrestleBuzz! I do love your work, WrestleBuzz. You do great work. When you gather together all your preview things, whatever, I like to retweet those out. And there's so many talented people in our community that do really great things. I love, like, what A Bit of Banter does. It's Bryn again, doing some great stuff. WrestleBuzz, Black Mass Designs, Metal Mama with the breakdowns. I mean, I could go through everyone, of course. But there's so many people doing such awesome stuff out there. We do... I need to mention this, don't I? It would be remiss of me to not mention this. I do have... Not that. I do have this. It's only recently started. This is the Wrestling Daze community Twitter. As you can see, when did it start? December 2024. I think it was more towards the end of December, right? And already we've had nearly 426 posts on it. So there is, like, a lot of stuff that comes out of this. But basically what I'm doing, so that people know, I said earlier about how many notifications I get. There is so many notifications where I look at them and I'm like, I don't know what to do with them, right? Like, I kind of feel like I need the community to see them, but they don't quite fit into an unseen folder. Or if I was to tweet them, retweet them, I would have retweeted 426 things in the space of like 2 weeks. right? So I really felt like we need a space for this. There needs to be somewhere for this content. And it is just community content. It's just stuff, look, bit of banter. Kapata, Tony again. So it's just all people, TJF, in our community. Edward Brown, what the flip from Tony. It's just all people in our community. That was my holiday picture, by the way. Just that send me stuff, and I don't know quite where to put things. Something like that. I mean, I might have ended up putting in a community folder, but like, honestly, I have 2 seconds to make a decision as to what I'm going to do with it, and then I have to move on to the next thing. So this just allows me to go community Twitter, and just like move it over there so that people still get to see them, you know. So, yeah, if you are a part of the community and you would be interested in seeing what the community is talking about and what the community has got to say, some of the art that's generated, some of the clips that I get sent. There's one from Metal Mama. Like, for this example, it's got music in it. I can't really put it in unseen. And without the music, I don't think it works. So what do I do with it? So for me, it's like, easy. Put it on the community X account. So that's why it went here rather than in unseen, because I think that benefits by having the music, but the music would get the video copyright hit. So, yeah, just so you know, that is out there. And I am following everyone back on this as well. So apart from maybe some 3 people that have just followed, everyone else, look, I'm following back. So if nothing else, you'll get a follow out of it. Because I think I'm following more people, 197, than are following me. 197, 123. But yeah, that's just a place where I can put like community stuff. So cool. I just thought of that when WrestleBuzz was talking, because I remember I'd moved a WrestleBuzz thing over, which I think I just saw. Did I just see? Yeah, there. I think we all know what's going down here. Is that who Chad is facing tonight? He might look a little different from that, but there we go. Penta on the way. Okay, WrestleBuzz says, Daze, Logan talk aside. I've moved it. I've just moved it. Would you be opposed to Seth winning the Rumble? Nope. And getting him Gunther? Nope, definitely not. I'd be definitely down for that. I think that'd be really good. I'll be definitely down for that. And actually, I think that would be good for Seth as well, because I think he deserves that moment. You know, if you think about what Seth's done over the years, for him to win the Rumble would be a big deal. And for him to get that opportunity to compete for a title would be a big deal. I mean, he was in the title match last year. He was in the main event of night 1. And then he started day 2 as World Heavyweight Champion, losing it, of course, to Drew. So, I mean, he had a big WrestleMania last year, but for him to go into this WrestleMania, having won the Rumble and facing Gunther, that would be brilliant. And if I was Triple H, I would sit him down and I'd be like, right, you're not going to main event WrestleMania this year because you did it last year. You main evented night 1, right? We don't have that spot for you this year, but we've got some at goods. Okay, what we're going to do this year is we're going to have you win the Rumble. Congrats. Big moment. And you're going to actually have a title match, but you will open the show with Gunther. Night 2 again, you Gunther opening the show. And it'll be you going for the championship. And that's how we'll start night 2. Because our plan is main event of night 1 is going to be Roman, CM Punk, and it won't be for the title. It's just such a big match. This will be the year that Punk gets his WrestleMania main event. And we've got to have Roman in the main event because it's Roman. So Roman, Punk. And then night 2, we're doing Cena against Cody. Yeah, not down on that at all. Really not down on that. I think that all fits and it's wonderful. And it means that Logan's not going for the title. So... Mackenzie said Logan winning the Rumble is like Roman in 2015. Oh, it would be hated, booed out the building. Absolutely 100% agree. All I'm saying, I'm not saying it's happening, I'm just saying it has to be a realistic option if there is talk doing the rounds of Logan Gunther. If there's talk doing the rounds of Logan Gunther, then Logan winning the Rumble is one way of how you get to that. And as well as that, you got to remember how many followers he's got and how that plays on social media and how big the response would be. You know, people that don't normally cover wrestling would be talking about wrestling because Logan will have just won the Royal Rumble. And there'd be lots of conversation about, is this a good thing? Is this the right thing? Should this have happened? How do we feel? The fans would hate it. Logan wouldn't care. We'd be building him up as a heel. I think we'd be leaning Gunther into a face turn, to be honest. There's absolutely no point having Gunther being off with the fans because he ain't going to out-heel Logan because people really don't like Logan. So, yeah, I think it's a possibility. I don't know that it's the direction they go. We know that this year is the year Logan said he's really going to go for things and he's really going to invest in WWE. There was even talk of his fight with Conor falling through because he wants to focus on WWE instead. And that does make me nervous because that does make me wonder if they've promised him something and if it's going to be a case that, you know, we're going to give you the Rumble win, we're going to have you in a title match. Maybe he wins the title at WrestleMania. I just don't know. I don't know what this year is going to hold for Logan. And I don't know how upset I'm going to be. Mentally, I need to figure out how upset I need to be. But I know that there's definitely things happening and conversations happening, which I'm sure I would not be keen about. But listen, you can't have everything, can you? Not everything can go your way. So, just saying, mentally, just be prepared. Anything can happen in a Royal Rumble. Mackenzie said Logan winning the Rumble would be like Roman in 2015. It's Bryn again. Shout out to you, my friends. A8C said, how can I join the membership? It doesn't work in all countries and it doesn't work on all devices. I think PC desktop seems to be the best way. When you go to the homepage, there should be a join button, and that's where you can then get the option to join. And honestly, there's been so many people that have joined over the past, say, 3 months or so. We've seen a real explosion on that side, and it's all thanks to Dormouse, King Yeti, Jordan, just so many of you that have sent in gifted memberships. And it's been so appreciated. As I said, I'm trying to find ways of making that like be worthwhile. We do a weekly member stream on a Thursday. I do a weekly video on a Sunday where I just react to things I get sent. A lot of the times not wrestling, and that's fine. I think we talk wrestling all the time, and we talk wrestling during the member stream. So to have something a little different, something you won't find anywhere else on the channel, I sort of like that for the members. I think that's good. So I enjoyed that. I thought it was quite good. I enjoyed that yesterday. And we've got the membership as well. TJF 1983 will be defending that title on Thursday. So on SmackDown, you'll find out if he was able to retain it or if we've got a new champ. So that gets defended on all the member streams. And yeah, I'm open to ideas as well of other suggestions of things for the members. So constantly trying to find ways of making that side of the offering like well worth it for people. Right, let's get back to the chat because we've got, 8 minutes to go. 8 minutes to go. Ewan is actually at the show tonight. Let's go over here. I need to add Ewan to the community folder. Look at this. I do love having community members at the shows. It's really, really cool to know that people that join us are actually at the events. If ever you go to an event, live show, Raw, SmackDown, NXT Live events, any of these WWE shows, like, send me a picture, tag me in it, and I'll put you in the community folder, give you a shout out, and show the community and whatnot. I sort of feel like we can't go. I can't go. I'm in the UK. So it's kind of nice to know people that are there, that are having a good time, sending pictures over, and I get to live it through them, you know? So I really like this. So doesn't look like it's the blue mat on this one, but of course this is main event. I can't even quite see who's in the ring at this time. But that looks like maybe Carrion. Is that Scarlet? That looks like Scarlet. So would that mean that that's maybe Carrion? Who the hell's that boomer? He looks like a security guard. I don't know who this boomer is. He looks like a Singh brother who aren't even in WWE anymore. But there we go. This is where we are. Main event being taped at the moment. And I'm thinking this is Carrion. Well, there we go. So, Ewan, shout out to you, buds. Princess Kutab Itch. Billy, shout out to you, but I know Billy's excited tonight. Big Dakota Kai fan. The biggest. And we'll be cheering Dakota tonight. And actually, Dakota is leading our poll. We've had nearly 1,500 votes. And Dakota Kai, 55% of you think she's going to win tonight. Lyra Valkyria, 45%. So a lot of you thinking that it will be Dakota that goes on to become the first women's Intercontinental champion. Right, Hannah, Daze, would you say this year is more unpredictable to determine a Rumble winner than years before? Yes, I do. We've touched on that as well, actually, about that exact thing. I do think it's more unpredictable, just because I think there are realistically several that could, and you could find ways of it working and getting to WrestleMania. So yeah, I do think it's more unpredictable. The favourite is obviously Cena. And more often than not, it's the favourite that gets it. So I think, you know, would I be shocked if Cena gets his hand raised at the end of the Rumble? No. That's the one, you know. If so, again, gun to the head, Cena's the one. But if it's not Cena, if Cena gets eliminated, we've got a real interesting Rumble then. If Cena's eliminated, we have a real interesting Rumble, because then there's several, and I wouldn't have a favourite at that point then. Do we think anyone from the Wyatt Six should be in the Rumble? Personally, no. I don't need them. I think they can get involved and eliminate some Judgment Day members, but I don't need them to be in the Rumble, because I don't think their focus is trying to win to go on to WrestleMania. To, like, you know, for personal gain. That feels like winning the Rumble is quite an individual achievement, like, and I don't think the group's at that point. I feel like they're still operating as a unit right now to try and right wrongs, so it just feels like it's maybe not the right time for such a thing. So personally, I wouldn't. James said, Daze, Shane O'Mac now owns AEW. There's your bombshell. Still, no one will care. James, shout out to you, buds. Look at these boomers. Look at these boomers. PW Nexus. Bad Buddy. Leaking shiz out was not on my bingo card. Who's Bad Buddy? Hey, Buddy. Hey, Buddy the Elf. Bad Buddy. Matt said, who's Bad Buddy? Your face. I think it's obvious I meant Bad Bunny. Not that obvious. Bad Buddy. Can't they edit it? When did they post it? Oh, 4:30. Perhaps they did post it a bit of a while ago now. You get a short window to edit it, don't you? And then you could go in and change it. Who's Bad Buddy? Your face. What kind of response is that? Who's Bad Buddy? Your face is Bad Buddy. Doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense, but it is. It's some sort of response. God bless them. I think it's obvious I meant Bad Buddy. What did he respond with? Go on, here we go. Oh, sure. And they were like, I'll kill you. Wow. Tense. Bad buddy. Lee Kinch's out was not on my bingo card, so Backlash Mexico 2025. That'll be sick. Actually, I mean, Backlash has been in where? Puerto Rico, France, and now Mexico. It's kind of getting a reputation of being the international PLE. Do you know what I mean? Like, Backlash is the one where now fans will start to be like, where are we going for Backlash? Where are we going? Because Puerto Rico, France, Mexico. I love it. I think that's brilliant. And, you know, hopefully the arenas are going to feel a bit different. Hopefully it's got a real Mexican flavour. I don't think we went far enough with it feeling like we were in France. The French fans are maybe the greatest crowd I've ever seen or heard. And so they made it feel special. But I don't think WWE did a great job of making it feel like we were doing something really that special, you know? I do think that's still something they could improve on. Theming, you know? Or every wrestler should have come out with a baguette. Right, live event is starting. We're not here to talk about baguettes. Yeah. Don't forget. This is second week on Netflix. So we could have some interesting stuff still. Okay, I got a black screen. Let's go. Let's go, Queens. Let's go. Right, here we've got, what's this? The new stage set from last week was a one-time thing. They're back with the old set. Yes. I don't think they've sold the tickets necessarily here to have all the fans all the way round. Diddle-dun, diddle-dun. Then, now, forever, together. Boomer. Okay, here we are at the SAP Centre. We're at the Sappy Centre. We've got a drone, so they're still keeping these drone shots. We're whooshing our way into the arena. And we're flying. Oh my God, I feel like Batman. We're flying over the top of the crowds. Wave, everyone. Ugh. We've still got the... Oh, look at all the signs. Look at this. I feel like a fly. That's pretty sick, isn't it? Yeah, what was I going to say? There was no Fortnite in the middle of the ring. We had all the sponsors around the edge, but there was no big sponsor in the center. Did you see? Did you? Did you? Did you see that? Did you? I did. I saw some super chats come in, which I need to get to, as we just got this replay of last week. Brandon knows games. Shout out to you, buds. Appreciate the support. Vic said, I've got my beanie on and I'm snacking on s'mores. Ooh, look at you, kinky. Ratchet said, AJ recently said this injury is challenging, but never said where he is with recovering. Would it put a dampener on his final run in the midst of Cena's? Would it put a damper on his final run in the midst of Cena's? Oh, what, to have his final run at the same time as Cena? I don't think so, because if it's going to be his final run, I don't know when he's going to end. I mean, if AJ is gonna finish up WrestleMania 42, you know, Cena won't be around then. I think what all that really matters is your final match. You know, that's all that really matters. I don't think anything else massively matters when it comes to your final run. And they can still... I don't even know if they were going to present it as AJ's last time in such and such and AJ's last time in such and such. They're going to do that with Cena. I don't know if that was the plan for AJ, so... No, I think it's okay. I think it's okay. Loud CM Punk chants. Punk gets out the card. Out the car. Making his way down to the ring. We're going to start with a Punk promo, and we've seen him arriving. Too bad his Black Hawks stink, but he doesn't. My God, it's a bit harsh, isn't it? Here's CM Punk then making his way down to the ring. And a big reaction as he steps out in front of all those fans. Obviously, CM Punk picking up a big win last week. What does the future hold for CM Punk? There he is, the most beautiful man in the world, apart from my fiance, CM Punk, said it's Kaz. Hello, it's Kaz. Hope you're well. Thought he was talking about me. That looks better. I still could do without the flipping Snickers. And I actually, do you know what? If that was black and it just had Netflix just on the edge, that would look fine. I would not have an issue with that. The Snickers logo doesn't look brilliant. No one wants the Hogan beer logos on there. It's a step in the right direction, though, because we don't have that Fortnite thing in the... Leonard! Yes! Ooh, he slips! CM Punk slipping all over the place. Slippery Punk. Oh, here we go. He's got a microphone. He's jumping over to the barricade. No. He's lost his balance, isn't he, the boomer? CM Punk has lost his balance. There's lots of these aerial shots. We love this, don't we? This is what the Netflix era's bringing. More aerial swooping shots. CM Punk is in the ring then. Let's see what he's got to say. 6 minutes into the show. Let's get going, kids. Mackenzie said that drone is like Sean's entrance from Mania 12. CM Punk chants. Roman Reigns said CM Punk with the ugliest pedigree on the table. Jess said looks like they've removed that Fortnite logo. That does my heart good, said CM Punk. San Jose, I love you. CM Punk acknowledges the firefighters. We hear you. We appreciate you. Is it good to be alive? CM Punk's fired up then. Did you watch? Yeah. Did you watch the straight edge superstar beat the Messiah? Punk has got a lot on his plate. But something that's not on my plate is Seth Rollins. We're moving on, kids. It didn't go my way at the last Rumble. My tricep decided to take a vacation. Didn't win the Rumble. That's one of my dreams. I couldn't see. Man, Punk at Mania is going to be special in it. That is going to be so special. We never got it. He's talking about John Cena here. John Cena. I see you. And I always have. Wow, Punk talking to Cena. I see you. Oh, let's go! Punk is in the Rumble. You'll hear my music. Play my song. And here's Seth Rollins. Play my song. Burn it down. Right, so Punk in the Rumble. Confirmed. Breaking news. It's happening. Seth also in the Rumble. Bum, bum. Why can't it be Rhea Ripley? Why can't it be Rhea Ripley that interrupts me? Here is Seth making his way down to the ring. I do like that from Punk. Why can't it be Rhea Ripley? Okay, Seth getting into the ring. Daze, do we think CM Punk Seth Rollins will have a rematch? I don't. Oh, well, yes. Even Punk said that he knows it's not done. But I don't know that rematch. I don't know that people want that rematch now. Crowd is singing Seth's theme. Seth in the ring. He's got black shades on. Ooh, there's the black eye. There you are. There you are. There's that black eye. CM Punk comes over. He has a look at that black eye. Yeah, it's a nasty mark that Seth's got, you know. I know you're not happy to see me. I told you last week, win, lose or draw, I would be in this ring. I'm a man of my word. Yes. If I didn't show up when times would be hard, that wouldn't be me. It would be you. I would rather be the worst version of myself than any version of you. This is gripping. Last week was the worst loss of my career. How many people want to see Penta in the men's rumble? Yeah, I've got him in my list of people I think will be in it. He's going to take his WrestleMania dreams and flush them down the toilet. He's going to announce for the Rumble, isn't he? So Seth said he's going to win the Rumble. So Seth said, I'm going to take great pride. Ooh, these two getting at each other, but now Drew McIntyre is making his way out. Is he about to announce for the Rumble? CM Punk in the ring, Seth in there. Here's Drew. Are we going to have like 20 odd men come out and announce that this is going to take ages? It's going to, oh jeez, it's going to take forever if all these boomers going to come out and announce they're in the Rumble. Here's Drew. LFG, Drew said Roman Reigns. Punk thought he was done with Seth and Drew. Think again, says Cody. This is an overbooked segment, said Zoom Station. Wow, harsh. Last time I saw you, you was on your knees begging me. This might come as a shock, Phil, but not everything revolves around you. Seth Rollins said, come on down here. I'll stomp your head into this mat. There's a lot of anger. Boo, Drew McIntyre said Marlon. Triple threat said Dro. So Drew said you're only worried about yourself, Seth. It's pathetic. You did nothing to stop Roman winning last week. Oh, CM Punk's like, you want to swing. Seth wants to go. Punk wants to go. Drew Punk, Rollins, McIntyre. Someone's going to stop it. No. Drew said no. They tease the triple threat. Roman's playing chess. Everyone else is playing checkers. Where's this going? He's got his falafel. He has got his falafel. Roman got his falafel back last week. I'll see you both in the Rumble. So Drew announces for the Rumble. There we go. Well, we went round the houses there, but the end result is that all three have announced for the Rumble. Falafel. Another Royal Rumble announcement. This Rumble is going to be 6 at K-Dub. There is Damian. Damian versus Finn in a street fight coming up tonight. He's got a kendo stick. There is Finn and JD. There's Lyra. Lyra against Dakota. We've got that coming up. There's Dakota. Okay, what we got first? American made. It's going to be Chad. Oh my God, here we go. Here we go. Who's it going to be? There we go. It's going to be Chad versus mystery person that no one knows about. No one knows who this is. It's the biggest secret in all of professional wrestling. Oh my God. I appreciate CM Punk and what he did last decade. I hope he'll become a WWE champ or main eventer, said Sports Signal. So Chad has come down on his own. It's going to be El Generico. Let's go. Let's flip in. Go. Okay, we had a black screen and we are just sticking with it. It looks like Chad's in the ring and he's actually going to cut a bit of a promo. So Chad is going to speak to the fans. You lot are probably at commercial, or some of you are at commercial. No, I don't suck, says Chad. This 2025 version is the best version you've ever freaking seen. Crowd are booing. Don't forget, you're talking to an Olympian hero. Not that anyone in San Jose would know about achieving your hopes and dreams. Boo. I've got a bucket list and I've started checking it off. So he talks about beating Otis. And it continues tonight with whatever masked moron Adam Pearce has got for me. So he's just talking about his bucket list. Checking things off. Chad Gable will win a singles title in 2025. When I say I'm going to do something, it gets done. I wasn't just born here. I wasn't just raised here. Chad Gable was made here. So there we go. Chad Gable talks about having a bucket list. He talks about checking things off, like beating Otis, beating whoever they've got for him tonight, and winning a singles title in 2025. It's gonna be this way going forward. I know not everyone's gonna be able to see what's happening during commercial breaks, but we'll always look to tell you what's happening. It was a pretty throwaway heel type promo, what you would expect. It's nothing that really pushes any story forwards. Karrion Kross has tweeted, Daze need to make the UK made to take out Chad's. Yes, UK made. If it was UK made, it would be falling apart after about half an hour. Right, we've just got a little video package. Just looking at the fight that the firefighters have had. Okay, so we should be back now, and you should have Chad in the ring. I think Chad's music's still playing. Lights have gone out. Big cheer then as the lights go out. This is the man that's going to be facing Chad. We know who we're expecting. And it is that logo. There he is. Cero Miedo. Flames shooting up behind him look awesome. That's how I walk as well. The worst kept secret in the business, says Michael Cole. Penta coming down, and he's coming down on his own, but already you can tell dripping with excitement, charisma. Good little pop this from the crowds. He's looking out at the fans, getting a decent reaction. Obviously, they announced his name last week. There he is. He's got a great look as well. Yeah, not bad. Not a bad little intro, that. Not a bad little intro at all. Penta against Chad then. This match coming up next. Oh, we're going back to commercial break again. He looks great, said Scott. Where was Lucha Underground? I feel like, oh my God, Boomer crying. Bell has sounded. I sort of feel like he shows no fear. He looks around, he looks at the camera, he nods. Sierra Miedo. Was Lucha Underground in the California area? Because I think it was. I'm wondering if this is a bit like when we brought AJ in Orlando. Listen. Sierra. Oh, I'm really surprised he stopped him from doing that. You would have thought that they would have wanted that to have really got over. He just said to Chad Gable, listen, listen. And just as he was about to do the Cierro Miedo, Chad actually grabs a hold of the hand and stops him from doing it. I'm nearly having a heart attack. I'm so gassed, said World of Wrestling. Right now, Chad gets Penta down, keeps him grounded. He goes up, over, little roll up. 1, 2, just 2 count there for Chads. Penta coming over against the ropes. Nice arm drag, really nice arm drag by Gable, but Penta responds with one of his own, goes for a quick cover, no joy, leg sweep. Goes for the cover, very fast-paced at the moment. Both of these guys coming face to face. Looks like there's a mark on the face there of Chad Gable. Chad Gable goes walking away, circling round. Penta listening out to the fans. CK said, Daze, have been watching since high school. I'm 21 now. Love the channel and the effort you make. CK, thank you, buds. Appreciate the kind words, my friends. Hope life's treating you well. Back against the ropes goes Chad. Shot coming in. Chop there by Chad. Penta in the corner. Over the other sides. Oh, kick there by Penta. Chad charges over. Penta goes up, grabs Chad, takes him over. Little stumble. He just is a little off here. He tries to deliver a leg drop, but it just seemed a little off. There's been a couple of times where he's just been a little bit off in the match. Penta looking to the outsides. Looking to go against the ropes. Chad gets in the ring, though. Grabs Penta. Oh, my God. So well executed. Lovely suplex. Going for the pin. 1, 2. And the ref had checked the shoulder. 1, 2. Is that down? Would that have been a 3? Why does Penta seem a little bit off? 1, 2. Oh, man. I'd need to check to know why the ref just did that. 1, 2. And then the ref was unsure if the shoulder was down or not. And then Penta got it up. Sort of suggests that the ref could have done a 3 there. Penta up. Comes down onto Chad. Chad on the outsides. Kick to the midsection there by Penta. Penta's interacting with the crowd really well. Goes against the ropes. At the top to the outside. Big shot there by Chad. Swing and a miss. German. Boom. I think Chad's looking awesome in this match, you know. Execution-wise, Chad's doing a better job than Penta. Kick coming in there by Chad's. He's grabbing Penta. We're on the outside of the ring. Chucking him back in. You're at commercial. What, you've gone to commercial? Have you? Gable wraps Penta's leg around the ring posts. Some people saying right now Chad with Penta dragging Penta back a little bit. Oh, goes down on the ankle. Chad getting plenty of offense in this match, you know. Plenty of offense. Oh. Pulling on the leg. Selling, I'm very interested in. Selling is something I have criticised Penta for in the past. So, Penta actually being down, selling that knee right now. Goods. Goods. No complaints, honestly. Goods. Crowd chanting, you suck. To Chads. Again, working on that knee. Penta down. Again, I really like this from Chad. Really targeting this knee, and Penta's selling it like a dream. Oh, lovely. 1, 2. Shoulder up by Penta. At the moment, it's all Chad Gable. Again, goes back to his knee as Chad goes up to the outsides. Right now, we got Chad Gable going up. He's up top and goes for a big splash. Penta moves out the way. Still selling? Oh, my God. Still selling? Who is this? This ain't the Penta I saw in the Lucha Bros. Oh, my God. Belly to belly. Hurling Penta. Still selling this leg, you know. I'm shocked. I'm absolutely shocked. Little bit botchy. Little just off. Nothing bad. Just, you know, some of the moves not quite coming off for him in the early stages. But the selling has been wonderful. He's really committed to selling that knee. He's throwing in a chop here. They're both down on their knees, chopping away at each other. Chad has had plenty of offense in. That might divide opinion a little bit. Another big chop there. Chop coming back there by Chad. Chopping. Oh, look at the chops coming in by Chad. Against the ropes goes Penta. Ah, ooh, little bit of a knee. Goes up. Oh, nice. Face first. Chad getting planted. Penta hobbling over. Against the ropes. Chad gets dumped to the outside. He's trying to get his knee going again. He has a look outside the ring. Hobbling around. We're about to go flying. Here we go. Penta against the ropes. Over the top. Oh, to the outside. Sort of got him. Didn't quite get him. Oh, my God. High risk. High flipping risk. Went up, came crashing down. So the crowd are chanting, holy shiz. Look, he goes up and his leg kind of caught him. In the ring goes Chad's. He is still favouring that. Crowd are chanting, this is awesome. Top rope kick there. Penta screams out to the fans. He's looking to go up top. Big crossbody, lands it. Penta back up on his feet. Coming over, Chad in the corner. Kick coming in there by Penta. Penta with Chad reversing. Penta up, goes back into a backstabber. Very good. Very good. Going for the cover. 1, 2. Shoulder up there by Chad. Penta screams. Nice backstabber, yes. Nice backstabber. Backstabber as Penta's on his knees. On his feet, he pushes Chad. Penta backing up to the corner. Kick coming in there by Penta. Chad round the back of Penta looking for a... the height that he gets on those Germans is so impressive. So good. He doesn't just do it. He really picks them up and hits those Germans. So impressive. Right now we got Chad on his knees. Trying to get back up. I feel like they might have given this match a bit too long. I feel like I only needed a taste of Penta. I don't know that I needed like the full Penta experience. But his selling has been a real positive for me. That was my major concern. Right now, draped armbar by Chad. Chad has more than played his part in this. More than played his part. Big Bronson Reed has tweeted, welcome Penta. Just know you're in the splash zone now. I'll reserve a tsunami for your La Parker looking ass. Let's go. Up over the top. Boom! Destroyer! Destroyer by Penta. Here we go. 1, 2. Chad Gable kicks out. Chad Gable kicks out. Gable managing to kick out that destroyer. Oh, so good. That was really good. He knows moves. He is so talented. That has never been a doubt. It's just, can you put it together in a compelling, dramatic wrestling match? And, you know, single-wise, I haven't seen loads of his work. I've seen him in the Lucha Bros, where it was just move, million miles an hour. Nothing was being sold. This match could not be more different. This is a real treat, to be honest. I think this is a very, very good professional wrestling match. I think Chad is more than playing his part. Lovely dragon screw. Everything Chad does, he just does so well. Like the German suplex, really good. That dragon screw had such a whip on it. Now he's got the ankle lock applied. Penta in the middle of the ring. Penta is being made to work here. He's trying to get over to the ropes. Dragged back into the middle. Penta is saying no to the ref. He rolls through. He's managed to grab a hold of the arm. He's got Chad down. He's pulling back on the arm here of Chad's. Zero Miedo. So he pulls back on the arm of Chad Gable. And it feels like the beginning of the end. Oh, into a driver. 1, 2, 3. It's a win for Penta in a very, very good match. Yep. I'm impressed. I would use him sparingly. I would not want to be overexposing him. Imagine him against, like, Gunther. Oh, God, I hope he doesn't. I hope he doesn't. I hope that wasn't him just, like, impressing and then we see him again and he's not selling as much and all that. I hope this isn't just, like, a good first impression, but it is a really good first impression. Okay, Jackie's in there. Looking forward to seeing what people think. Be honest. If you didn't like it, say you didn't like it. If you liked it, say you liked it. If you thought it was amazing, say you thought it was amazing. Jackie's in the ring. A huge victory. This crowd were behind you tonight. They really were. Thank you, San Jose. Big cheer back. This is my new home. This is my new home. I know you were waiting for this moment. I want to say something. Say it. Say it, Penta. You've been waiting for this moment, but the real truth is I've been waiting for this moment. He's very charismatic as well, isn't he? He's a good talker. Come here, come here. What? What? I have no idea what he just said. He's speaking in Mexican. There's a big cheer. There's a big Mexican contingent in the house by the sounds of it. Now is the Penta era. What happened? Did they flip in, get in touch with the Penta fan club? How are these crowd? How is this crowd going so crazy over him? It's like the whole flipping Penta fan club has had a day out. That's a great debut, said Poppy Crocs. Hannah said, Daze, it would have been surprising if Penta all of a sudden said, F you, Tony Khan. Oh, that would have been surprising. And I don't think would have been appreciated by WWE, to be honest. We're backstage. Here's Judgment Day. I'm sure you're going to be Women's World Champion again real soon. Speaking of revenge, I'll let you two lovers sort through your issues. Here's Dom with some flowers. They haven't got any issues, have they? I'm not mad. Rhea said she's not mad. She's not mad, but she's definitely mad. She throws the flowers to Carlito. She's mad. Dominic's like, I don't think she's mad at all. Oh, that's a great moment. I don't think she's mad at all. Oh, God, Dominic is so good when it comes to women. He's nailed that. He has absolutely nailed that. Carly, having a little sniff of the flowers. Perv. He gives them back over to Dominic. You've got a lot to work through with your girl. Maybe start by going and getting her bags. Okay. Sheamus is making his way out now. Fight night. Sheamus coming out. Burger After Burger said, PJ. Big Time said, I realised I really like commercial breaks for Raw on USA. There's much better flow and pacing. We're seeing some more slowness and dead air time by not going to ads. That was always the concern, because we saw that with AEW on Fight TV. Sheamus 2-1 against Ludwig. Okay, Penta versus Chad. We need to get the scores down for this because we've got our next match lined up already. End the poll. Oh, hello. We're backstage with Kathy Kelly. I do miss not having breathing room, you know. Great 81% was that first match. Great 81. What's Kathy talking about? Oh, we're seeing Kyrie. There is Shayna, Zoe, Sonya. Are they going to get involved? PW Nexus have just said might not be in Mexico, waiting on confirmation. Kapata, shout out to you, buds. So he said she doesn't care who wins tonight. I'm first in line for that title, and I will take what is mine. So a little backstage interview with Pure Fusion Collective is what we've just had during commercial break. Can't believe some people actually like ads. Usually watch things recorded just to get rid of them, said Philip. Do we think the Wyatt Six will get a segment today, said Ashton. I think so, yes. I think so. Daze, based on what you saw, do we believe in Penta? He might have taken your advice in selling more. Yeah, I do. I told you my concerns, and there was no sign of those concerns. My concerns were the selling, move, not selling anything, million miles an hour, it just washing over me. But I did say at the start, like, that is more a Lucha Bros thing than it is, I think, a Penta thing. I haven't really got lots of Penta solo matches to kind of judge that from and base that off. So far, 1 for Penta. That was a really good debut. So, yeah. We just got something here from a swoosh over Alexa 14 minutes ago. Bring back the pink or nah? What is she? So was she the top story? I can't remember. There was a issue with, yeah. God, I don't know what's happening. I don't know what the flip's happening. She put that thing out about Frank Sinatra, My Way. We were talking about that beforehand. Now she's taken to social media to say, shall I bring back the pink or nah? I don't know. Alexa Bliss. I'm not expecting her tonight. But I don't know what's going on with her. Little Miss Bliss, I want her back, said Albert. Tiffy Stratton and Chelsea should team up, said Corgus. Brony said she's going to keep posting these tweets, even when she's in the Wyatt Six. That's why her being a dark character is awful. Oh, right, so you don't like it because you think she's not going to stay in character. I don't know. I can't remember when she was doing the playground stuff what she was like. Daniel Cormier's in the crowd. That's fun. There's Bron Breakker. Bron Breakker in the crowds. Intercontinental champ. Not aware of any post-show tonight. Okay, here is Ludwig. So Ludwig Sheamus is going to be our second match. Great opening match. Really fun opening segment with CM Punk and everything. So far, we are eating pretty good, I would say. This should be quite hard hitting. These two tend to put on decent matches. I just don't really care about this feud. I just don't really care about this feud. But other than that, they're just showing us Survivor Series. Sheamus, Ludwig, Bron Breakker, triple threat. Right, Daze, I firmly remember when she was Playground Alexa with Bray being a dark character. She did post on Twitter once saying, guys, what nail colour should I do next? Did she? Yeah, I mean, like, in regards to that, there is a few different schools of thought about, like, you know, how do you use social media? Should it be in character, or should you have a freedom to just be yourself? I think in character personally, but there's a whole conversation about how kayfabe is dead and all that kind of stuff. But I don't think the fans want it to be eliminated, you know? It's kind of like with wrestling. We want to watch the TV show. We want to see the characters. And then we want those characters to have social media accounts. The people behind the characters, they can have their own personal accounts. Why does it all have to go through the character account? I feel like people want to follow Alexa Bliss rather than the actual woman behind Alexa Bliss. They want to follow the character they see on TV, you know? So I'm more of a believer of keep it in character, but not everyone believes that. Not everyone thinks that. Not everyone thinks that it should all be in character. 10 beats to the batter in, but no joy. Big E said, man, Penta Gable was phenomenal. I'm thrilled to see Penta's upcoming run. And a reminder that Gable has been magnificent for a long time. Okay, we got Ludwig on the outside of the ring. Going to charge rounds. And boom! Oh my God! Drop kick there by Ludwig into a chair that was right in front of Sheamus. That looked brutal. That looked brutal. Mate, that was moody. We've got some marks already on the body of Sheamus, and that really did not look fun. That did not look fun at all. Shot coming in there by Ludwig. Fighting on the outside of the ring there. Going back into the ring. Again, I know this is going to be commercial break. I know not everyone's going to be able to see this. Las Vegas, Matt said 2 weeks in a row, the IC champ is watching from the seats. Doesn't even get to be a guest commentator. Feels like when they made guys, girls champions, they stopped letting them wrestle. Ashley said, I just wanted to let the community know that I might be new, but I am declaring for the Royal Rumble. Does everyone have to declare for it? Why aren't we going to have any surprises at this rate? You do get the majority declaring. The majority will declare for it, but it'll still leave a few spots. To be honest, surprises, you don't get loads. Surprises, you get... 3, 4, something like that. So you'll probably get 25 announcements and then you'll have a gap of like 5 that you won't know. Shot coming in there by Ludwig. Sean Rossap said a Lucha Underground mention on WWE wasn't something I ever expected. Opulus Travels said, so I was in the middle of Penta Gable and bang, right after Penta hits a destroyer on Gable, my internet went funny. The lights were still showing green and now my Firestorm has stopped working. Opulus Travels going through some technical issues. I wouldn't know what that's like. William Hensey, hello, my friend. William Hensey. Let's see if we can get William's message. See what William's got to say. It's probably something horrific that I'll regret getting read out, but, you know, you live and learn. There it is. So right now we got both guys up in the corner.
William Hensey, member. To credit Sheamus, stopping using steroids has made him a more so consistent performer. Although him not being super ripped takes away from his impact as far as moves.
Right now, Ludwig back on his feet. Grabbing Sheamus, reversing. He's got Sheamus on his shoulders. Oh, black screen. We're about to go back to the action. Plants him.
Giovanni's Marshall. Days, maybe Alexa Bliss comes back and ends up teaming with Tiffany Stratton. I can see them as women's tag champs.
Could happen. I don't know that they will do that straight away. Tiffany, of course, at the moment is women's champion. So I think she's probably already got enough on her plate. But at some point, could those two form a team? Sure. I wouldn't rule that out. I just don't know that she's going to come back and do that straight away. Jolene, shout out to you. Chops coming in by Ludwig. Clothesline by Sheamus.
You'll neglectful. Hey, Days, what has Biggie been doing outside of Yee when he could have came back early? Could we get Biggie this new day at WrestleMania 41 or something?
He's injured, isn't he? He's injured. I mean, I think it's true that he's not actually cleared. He's got a neck injury and he would love to return, but there's no word at the moment that he will. Or that he can, or that he's cleared or anything.
Undercover manager. Days want your opinion, had an idea, would like to see, but needs fleshing out, so a group may be heel associated with, called Pedigree, made up of sons of wrestlers. So, Cody, Braun, Brock, Anderson, plus some.
Oh, white noise. 1, 2. Oh, shoulder up by Ludwig. You could do a group with Triple H that kind of do his work for him, but that would sort of suggest that Triple H would be a heel booker, and I'm not sure he wants to be a heel booker. I think he likes being more of a face that, like, you know, stands and poses and are you ready? And I don't know that he's looking to kind of go in that direction. We've had like heel authority in the past, so it'd be a major change if that's what happened. 1, 2, kick out there by Ludwig.
Sister Kia. Kelly, the wise lady, not true. I get no ads in USA, just promo packages and interviews like Days.
So it seems like some in the US get the commercials. Some don't.
Brian Coleman. Days, I have no problem with Alexa Bliss, the character, but I'd prefer to follow Lexi Kaufman, the person behind the character.
I think there should be 2 separate accounts. I think there should be 2 separate. If you want to follow Lexi and her journey and her with a kid and what she's up to and her interests and, you know, all that stuff, why is there not a personal account and then a separate account for the character? I don't know. I mean, I feel like they're 2 separate things, 2 separate. You never quite know if it's coming from the person or if it's coming from the character, and that could be cleaned up in an instant. You just have 2 separate accounts. 1, 2, Ludwig, kick out by Sheamus. Kick out by Sheamus. Kelly, shout out to you.
Kelly
Crowd of chanting, this is awesome.
Member. Premium option is the most expensive, so it should not have ads. I'm going to downgrade No Reason to pay $13 more and still get ads.
Well, I think you removed the ads from your other shows. I think it might only be Raw that has the extra ads. Right now, we've got Ludwig in the corner, is in control. Sheamus is down. Sheamus trying to get back up to his feet. Oh, missed there by Kaiser. Boom! Broke! 1, 2, 3. It's a win.
Christopher Height, bling, nudge it. Days, we need more wrestlers coming after we title. Just Sheamus Ludwig. We need more people wanting that title.
IC title. Let's get people's thoughts on that match. Alexa Bliss Cheese dropping more and more teases, asking us if she should bring back the pink hair. I don't know quite how it plays into things. Sheamus getting in the face of Bron Breakker. Oh, Bron pushes Sheamus. Bron pushes Sheamus. Backstage, here's Seth. Here's Kathy. It's official. Next week. Match with Drew next week. Seth Drew next week. I owe him one for WrestleMania. Kathy goes off. Seth keeps walking. Who's this? Sammy. I heard everything you said. If you want to talk. Your boy, Roman. Got the Ulafala. What's next? Are you going to help him win the Rumble? Are you going to keep helping Roman, or are you going to help yourself? That's given Sammy something to think about. Right, Gunther. Gunther is coming up next. Big Bronson Reed said, I can shiz on everyone. I will say the in-ring has been great tonight. Kudos, fellas. Right, we've got JD and Carlito. JD and Carlito are being booed in the arena. Daze, I have heard that Seth Rollins will turn heel very soon. Have you heard anything? I haven't heard anything. I'm trying to think if I have heard anything. I think him turning heel makes sense. JD asks Jackie, why are you so wildly unpopular? They're acting as if that isn't for them. This microphone might as well be a big wooden spoon with all the drama that you're trying to stir up. Is Dominic Mysterio in the doghouse? Asks Jackie. Dominic and Liv are two young lovebirds in a shark-infested industry, says JD. Carlito. Crowd are booing Carlito. So he's just putting Judgment Day over. Seth losing to Drew next week, which will keep playing into his eventual heel turn when he finally snaps, says Brony. Tayton said, Daze, here in the US, in the top right corner, we have a timer of how long the ads are going to play for, usually 2:30 or 3 minutes. We don't have anything because we're not at ads. We do get that, though, on NXT and on SmackDown. For those shows, we get like a slow-mo video package of like different superstars like looking at the camera, and in the corner there is a countdown. But when we go to those kind of interviews, whatever, there's nothing around for those. I think it's because we're not leaving anything. We're not going back to anything. We're staying with it, aren't we? Mike said it was wholesome seeing Penta's daughter, brackets I'm assuming, being overwhelmed for her dad. Days, I've noticed the Fortnite symbol's not in the mat yet. 1 down, 6 or 7 to go. Hannah said, Days, interesting theory. What if Seth and Drew form an alliance as they both seem to have similar vendettas against Reigns and his bloodline? That is a thought. And actually, it's not just them two, Kevin as well. Being like a trio. Maybe he is trying to recruit Sammy as well. I mean, he was really trying to just get into Sammy's head then. Okay, here's The Miz. This could be interesting. Here's Carrion and The Miz. Here we go, Wyatt Six fans. Apparently. Wyatt Six has been moved to SmackDown. Wyatt Six moved to SmackDown. If we're talking about world championships, we don't need to worry about Sammy. We've got Wyatt Six moved to SmackDown. Who had that on their bingo card? Who saw that coming? I didn't. I'm going to get a one-on-one match with you tonight, says Sammy. So Sammy, Miz. Is that the end of them? Oh my God. That's hilarious. American Nightmare. Too much lurking at Whataburger, said Spartan. So that's it. That's the end of this story. Well, that's it. Story done. Story over. Uncle Howdy went away because of the pain of losing to the White. What did he go away and do? I want to switch brands. I'm not coming back. I'm not going to take on those beastly people. That old man threw powder in my face. Oh my, where did he go? He went away to deal with the pain. And now they don't need to worry about it. They're on a different brand. Oh my God. Daze, the Wyatt Six aren't done, dude. The whole story has been rubbish, said Brony. Well, I can't defend the story. I can't defend the creative. I mean, the only thing I can say is it right to blame the group for how bad their booking has been? Like, is that a fair thing to do? Because I would say no. I would say that's not what I would... I don't think that's fair. That's, for me, like, it's not the group. They just never get used, never get shown. And now they've moved them in the middle of a story. I'm still processing it. I'm still processing this news. It's a flipping... Perhaps it'll be good for them. Perhaps they'll actually get on TV. Here's Gunther. Oh my God. It just keeps waving over. I keep remembering what's just been said. What if Carrion was lying so he wouldn't be worried, said Dylan. Maybe. World Heavyweight Championship. Here's Jay. Is this where we're going? Jay's going to challenge Gunther. Maybe SmackDown ratings are suffering, so they need the Wyatt Six. What, the group that never makes TV? No, there's a chance they'll start being used now. We've got a drone doing the rounds as Jey Uso is out and the whole crowd are eating. Gunther in the ring. What happens if they're doing the booking like this on purpose for the Wyatt Six heel turn? I don't know why we would want to turn them heel considering they're doing Bray's creative, trying to go after people that are wronging others. And all right, we got Jay in the ring. We got Gunther. We got this drone swooshing around. This is a big deal, innit? Jey Uso stepping up to Gunther. As much as the Wyatt Six thing has left me flipping confused, this has kind of picked me up a bit. It sucks for the Wyatt Six. Big time, said Zippy. I think Daisy's still shook. I'm still processing it. I'm trying to figure out, is this a good thing, a bad thing? I mean, for this story, it's not. If it is true, and it's not a swerve, and they have moved them, it's a fresh beginning, but my God, it just means this story's been a disaster. Okay, so Jay stepping up to Gunther. We need to focus on this now. Even after the storyline ended with Gable, he went back and had his next match with Otis again. It's like the whole Wyatt story never happened. That is true. Drew's behind me. Bloodline family drama behind me. Saturday night main event. He is on the poster, in all fairness. He is on the poster. Yeet. Saturday night main event. Gunther laughs. Just to make sure you're serious. Yeet. I admire the courage. It's naive to think you're the guy that's going to take this away from me. Really think? We wrestled twice, and I've beaten you twice. I know what you're capable of, and it's a whole lot less than I'm capable of. You're funny. You're entertaining. Gunther doing a one-armed yeet. You're a really talented tag team wrestler. Yes. Face it, Jay. You're not on my level. To you, main event is a nickname. To me, it's where I belong. Gunther's cooking him. He's cooking him. Saturday night's main event is fine with me, but the choice is up to you. Gunther's walking away. I mean, it's going to happen, isn't it? The match is going to happen. Hold up, G. I do respect you. Everything you've said is true, said Jay. He is better than me. Jay said, I wake up every morning betting on myself. I wasn't meant to sell all this merch. You're going to respect me, Oos, when I beat your ass. Oh my God, Jay Uso Gunther for the world title. Saturday night's main events. Jay was on the poster anyway, so there was always a chance he was going to be in a big, big match. Not sure I was expecting it to be against Gunther for the world title, but as Gunther said, I've already faced you twice and I've beaten you twice. Main event might be your nickname, but it's where I belong. Oh yeah, we heard about this Cosm place as well. These are new venues. WWE have got a partnership with them. You'll be able to watch like WWE PLEs in these places. They look really good. They look really good. Yeah, excited for that. That'll be a big match, Gunther Jay. These places look fun. Why is no one talking? Where have the commentators gone? Good job. Good job, guys. Right. If he can pull it off, it'll be his first singles title. Daze, look at the bright side. We might get Wyatt 6 versus the SmackDown 6. Let's go. Lyra, Dakota, coming up. All jokes aside, I blame the Wyatt fans for having too high expectations, wanting to see them week in, week out, when that was never their purpose, says Charles. I would just like to say to Charles, all the very best with the responses that are going to come into that comment. Wish you all the best, bud. Wish you all, it was lovely knowing you. We'll remember some of Charles's best moments, maybe on tomorrow's stream. Right, video package right now. Wyatt 6 are going to go to SmackDown, poorly used, and they'll fade away, just like they messed up the Fiend's career. R.I.P. Charles, says Patrick. Yes. Yes. It was a good one. It was a good one. Did Cole just say that this would be Jay's first title? Didn't he win the US title? I don't think he's won the US title. I think this would be his first. The creepy supernatural stuff doesn't work. They've not been doing that. There's not been any supernatural stuff. I want to see them as much as everyone else, but again, Triple H better have one hell of a swerve up his sleeve, because I don't know what WWE is doing, says Charles. But is that the fans' fault? I feel like the fans just want to see the group. They want to hear promos. Like, I don't think that's wrong. Is it wrong for the fans to want to see them? I think the fans would be all right even if it wasn't every week. Just every other week would be lovely. More than once every 2 months. Las Vegas Max said, speaking of champions who never wrestle, we got Bayley. Hey, hey, Bayley. Ooh, ah, yeah, this is the best. Go on, Bayley. Go on, Bayley! Role model from the Bay. Hello? I was here watching the Sharks on Tuesday, says Bayley. Penta's debut. She's talking about how she's got a championship match against Tiffany. Intercontinental Championship final. Bayley said there was a reason why I wanted Dakota part of Damage Control. She's a brilliant performer. This is a big moment, says Bayley. Michael Cole. Bayley's talking to Michael. She said, "Hey, you big idiot." You better talk about me nicely. One, two, three. Michael Cole's an idiot. There we go. Oh my God, the Michael Cole Bailey shade is like one of my favorite things. So there we go. She just got the whole crowd to shout, Michael Cole is an idiot. That is brilliant. And if you missed it, you just missed one of the greatest Raw moments of all time. But need to write the end before they begin with the Supernatural stars. Same with House of Black. Final Testament, vaguely alluding to Power's motivations, becomes hollow quickly, said Proctor Dill. Dun dun dun. Dun dun dun. Wow, she's got proper wings. Look at her. Look at them wings. They're definitely bigger. She's got way bigger wings. Lyra going big for this match. Look at that. She looks great. Girl spent some money. Girl has spent some serious money. Lyra making her way down. I don't think we've seen those before. Okay, this has been up for ages, this poll. We needed to end this ages ago, but I'm a boomer. Right, Lyra. Okay, Who Files said, I was excited for the Raw after the Rumble in Cleveland. I'm sure it'll still have loads of surprises. Just doesn't feel as exciting without the Wyatt Six. Do you know what? That's a really good point. Imagine if you bought tickets to see the Wyatt Six and you were going to Raw in a few weeks and all of a sudden they've now potentially switched to SmackDown. You would be gutted, wouldn't you? Like, you would be gutted. Good point. Yeah, Who Files, I'm sorry to hear that you're in that boat, buds. Okay, Dakota is making her way down to the ring. Right, Mackenzie said, is Lyra going to dance for you? No, no dancing tonight. No dancing tonight. Focus. Big wings. It's a big wing night. Dakota looks nervous. I think she's really feeling this one. One fall. Okay, Alicia Taylor, there is the Intercontinental Championship. This is a big moment. Imagine being there when the first Intercontinental Champion was crowned, which you'd have to be in Rio de Janeiro for that. But Lyra trying to get the fans, come on! Trying to get those cheers louds. Here we go. Sean Rossap saying that Wyatt Six have been moved. I don't know if he's heard that or just heard the same promo that we've heard. Women's Intercontinental Championship final. Bella's sounded. We're underway. Against the ropes goes Dakota over the top of Lyra. They're going to give this plenty of time. Round the back goes Lyra. Against the rope goes Lyra. Ooh, elbows coming in there by Dakota. Locking up. Lyra in control. Dakota gets out, grabs Lyra. Lyra cartwheels out of it. Dakota up. Nice. That was a good takeover there by Dakota. Kick coming into the midsection. Up. Oh, coming down, stomping. Grabbing the legs of Dakota. Pulling Dakota outside the ring. Into the side of the ring. Ian said, breaking news, I'm declaring that I won't be in the Rumble. Corey said, I'm declaring for the Buffet Rumble. Kian Owen said, Daze, this year's Rumble is looking stacked. Jeremy said, San Diego has got a big Hispanic population. Thank you, my friend. Right now, we're looking for a... Oh, my God! Oh, my God! Did she plan on doing that? She just suplexed her, not onto the edge of the ring, to the flipping outsides. Oh, my God! Lyra feeling it. Lyra's down. She's grabbing her back. Dakota's feeling it. We got Adam Pearce out there. Look at the replay of this. I don't know that was planned. I don't know if she meant to suplex and go straight back, but she was just a little off. If you think about it, if you're just a little bit off, you're going down. You're going down to the outside if you're just that little bit off. I don't know. I don't know if she meant to go up and straight back and just suplex. I don't know if that's been botched. What I can tell you is I wasn't expecting it. I was expecting her to suplex up and go straight back onto the... I mean, you're talking like... It's like a flipping balance beam in it that you're really trying to land on. Instead, she took her straight... Oh, my God. Lovely selling there by Lyra. And do you know what? Even if that was botched, and I don't know if it was, but even if it was, I'm right in. I'm in the match. They've got me. They've grabbed me. I'm in. They've got my full attention as we've got a surfboard stretch. Drops it down. It's Lyra that's in control at the moment. Again, pulling back on the arms. Dakota is being stretched one. Just a one count there. She's not letting this move go, you know. She's not letting it go. Again, we've got another stretch. 1, 2. Nice bridge there by Lyra. Right now, grabbing a hold of her back at the moment. Again, pulling back on the arms. I don't know if we're at commercial break. The action seems to have just slowed a little bit. That was sick, though. That spot was sick. Lovely work, this by Lyra, stepping through. She's got Dakota tied up in all kinds of ways. There we go. Lyra putting on a clinic. Pulling back on the arms of Dakota. Lyra very much in control. Again, just pulling back. Aaron, hello, my friend. Shout out to you, buds. Oh, my God. Dakota just went flying. 1, 2, shoulder up. Oh, my God. Lyra is chucking Dakota all over the flipping place. Nice. Small package. 1, 2. Yeah, she's struggling. Kick coming in there by Dakota. Both women feeling the effects of this. Kick coming in there by Lyra. Another kick. Pushes Dakota back. Another kick coming in. Spin kick misses. Oh, kick. Look at these kicks by Dakota. No. Looks like she could get her into like a Styles clash. Step it through. She's got her up. Powerbomb maybe. Lyra. Ooh. Lyra back in the corner. Dakota charging around looking for that big boot. Gets it. Gets it. Lyra down. Going over. Backstabber Dakota. 1, 2. Lyra kicks out. Lyra kicks out. Looks like one of the straps on Dakota's gear might be broken. There's something flopping around. Right now, up on the shoulders goes Lyra. Ooh, that was well caught, man. There was a kick coming in there by Dakota. Going up, powerbomb, buckle bomb. Oh my God, monster powerbomb by Lyra. Oh, 2.9. That sit down powerbomb. Lyra, no half measures in this match. No half measures. Oh my God. Some of the best stuff I've seen Lyra do on the main roster has been in this match. Oh my God. 1, 2. Oh, and a kick out by Dakota. Lyra, honestly, showing out in this match. She's really, really pulling out her A game here. Suplex to the floor. Sick moment. There was another one where she like hurled Dakota. Dakota went flying across the ring. That monstrous sit-down powerbomb. Huge. Kick coming in there by Dakota. To the outside goes Lyra. Dakota going up. Oh my God. Dakota with a big stomp. Planting Lyra on the shoulders. Burn, a big kick. Lyra though rolls out the ring. Oh, yes. Dakota screams because Lyra just managed to save her chances. She just rolled out the ring. Dakota's going to the outside. She's grabbing Lyra. Trying to get Lyra back into the ring. Dakota rolling back in as well. It's all Dakota right now. Good little match this, you know. Good little match. Here we go, running around on the outside, looking for that big boot. No joy. Oh, my God. Great work by Lyra. Middle of the ring. Lyra looking to put Dakota away. The IC title on the line. 1, 2. Oh, she's done it. Lyra Valkyria is the first women's Intercontinental champion. She's done it. Oh my God, I think it's only just sinking in. Look at that! The championship presented to her by Adam Pearce. Put around her waist. Wow, and she showed out in this match. So did Dakota Kai, though. Both women bringing their A games. Oh, there's Dakota. Dakota looking absolutely gutted, but showing respect. Both are there. Arms are raised and they embrace. This moment was sick. That was, oh my God, that was sick. There were so many great moments in this match. Look at this though, Lyra does it. Lyra does it. It's Lyra Valkyria that goes into the history books. So good. I really enjoyed that. I thought that was a really fun match. Oh, look at the pyro. Pyro going off. Right, let's get what people thought. Okay, looks like we're going to commercial break, are we? We've got a black screen. Have we got another interview? Oh, the New Day! We're with the New Day. We're backstage with the New Day. Kathy's talking to Xavier. That was very good. I wouldn't go great, though. Should have got about 10 more minutes. That's interesting. They're talking about how the self-proclaimed locker room leader has decided they can't change in the locker room. And he can't get his own mother to speak to him after what happens. Be careful what you wish for. Sorry, we're out of time. Wow. A lot of good matches tonight. I think they're doing really well with the in-ring quality. Yes, I agree. Here's The Miz. He's going to be taking on Sammy. So, Aaron, shout out to you, my friend. Let's get Aaron's comment. How do I get this? Here we go. We'll get Trucker Ted to read it for us. Go on, Trucker.
Aaron Hanran, member, €11.99. Shirley Carrion moving to SmackDown 2. They both have no other feuds on Raw. Also, Goldberg on Raw the 27th, SNE 25th. Could Goldberg help Jay win this? Show is missing a Rock promo F that we go all night.
Shout out to you, Aaron. I'm not sure this show is missing a Rock promo. I really like your shout, though, of Goldberg helping Jay, because that sets up Gunther versus Goldberg. And what about Seth versus Jay? Seth versus Jay for the world title. Logan versus Jay. Oh, my God. Yeah, I like that shout. It opens up a few possibilities, doesn't it? Opens up a few possibilities. I don't know that Carrion moves. I know you said there's no other feuds for him, but they could find a feud for him. He just said the Wyatt Six had moved. He didn't say anything about himself moving. So I don't know that he is or has. But it's a very interesting thought. Could it be that he moves as well? Ba-ba-da-ba. John Cena sucks. That move to the outside was sick. I'm still getting people tagging me in it. Jay was IC champ. Why do you and Cole not remember that? Oh yeah, Cole did say that, didn't he? About it being the first title that he'd win. Commentary botch. Christopher said, Daze, Wyatt Six got a segment with a mention. They'll be SmackDown, so WWE fans now know that they're blue brand. Wyatt Six will do amazing on SmackDown, said Christopher. Here's Sammy. Sammy making his way down. Sammy Miz. Michael Cole said that Lyra was wearing raven wings, representing the goddess of war. Miz surrounds himself with strange people. It's not out of the realms of possibility that we end up getting something Wyatt Six here, you know. Dun 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 dun. Right, but why would we start believing Cross now? Well, he went in to speak to someone. He got some news. He could be lying. That is a possibility. But it would be a weird thing for WWE to communicate and confuse people about. I don't know. If you don't want to believe it, I'd say that's absolutely fine. But I think there's probably more reason to believe that that is what they're doing than not. I very much am under the impression that they have moved. Double axe handle there by Sammy. I wouldn't be surprised, being that Bray was assigned to SmackDown, said Durag. Savage, shout out to you, buds. Knee to the midsection there by Miz on Sammy. Big boot coming in. So Miz looking out at the crowd. Someone's got one of those kind of... big boot there by Miz. Jey Uso brawling buddies in the crowd. I wonder if they should do some of those signed Lyra belt. That would be quite good, wouldn't it? A signed women's Intercontinental Championship by Lyra Valkyria. She will forever be the first women's Intercontinental Champion. Big. Daze, hello. Wrestle with Andy. I hope you're well, mate. Said, Daze, what nostalgia do we want to see for Saturday night's main event? I would love to see the blue cage back. Oh, I love that idea. I would love that as well. I do like those fun backstage, the locker room sets. We said before, I don't know if it's a set or if it isn't a set, but I do love those locker rooms that they had for Royal Rumble, SummerSlam. It always felt like the same locker room, which is why I think it was maybe a set. But I don't know. Lyra has spoken. There is no second place in what we do. Today, King Kota and I make history, but there will only be one first ever. It's a good picture, that, actually. It's a good picture. Right now, we got Miz charging over. We've got an exploder. Boom! Into the corner. Sammy backing over, looking for a haluva, maybe. Going to come over, charging over. Big boot there by Miz. Boom! Into a DDT. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Zelina said Kota is still champion. She's the people's champion. That arena loved her, and we all do. Congrats, King Kota. You killed it. And you'll always be amazing. Yeah, but she's not champ, is she? So. I think they could be going to SmackDown. But how'd he stay on Raw, said Kelly the Wise Lady. Up. No. On her feet. Charging over. Miz. With Sammy. Sammy rolling through. 1, 2. Kick out. Going over. Reversed. Backing into the corner. Back elbows there by the Miz. Charging over. No! Big haluva! Big haluva! Going up. Boom! Blue Thunder Bomb! 2! Gets it. Sammy gets it. Sammy gets it. Sami Zayn with a win over the Miz. Dun, 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 dun. That's, do you know what? More of that. Sammy getting good, clean wins. Clean wins. Hey, listen, that's the Miz. Former... couple of times, actually, WWE champion. There is Rhea Ripley. Rhea bloody Ripley. Okay. There's more of a chance of Goldberg coming out than the Wyatt, said Jeremiah. You are correct. Here's Logan. You've all been heated since I announced I'm going to be a full-time superstar, yeah? Because you suck. No, I don't want to be you. We got a video package. I'm becoming top guy in WWE, says Logan. So they're showing him training. I won't stop till I become the face of this company. Keep clicking on keyboards. I'll be on billboards. Oh my God. It's just a vision. It's just a nightmarish vision into the future, isn't it? Sign of the night. So we're looking at signs of the night. I came to see Mommy. She said, okay, San Jose, it's time for signs of the night. WWE first time on Raw. Netflix. Took 12 years to finally see CM Punk. I eat, sleep, bleed, Mommy. Yeet. To our future kids, Mom and Dad are on Raw on Netflix. Right. Dustin said, do we think the Wyatts will lose all luster? No, this move could be really positive for them. If they are moving to SmackDown, as is been reported, it could be a positive switch. It doesn't mean that it has to be bad. It could be a positive thing. Okay, we are back and we are approaching our final hour. Bron Breakker, Sheamus has just been announced. So Bron Breakker, Sheamus for the Intercontinental Championship, Saturday, January 25th. It's only 11 days away. Gunther against Jey Uso. That's been announced as well. Let's go. Muse, shout out to you. Do we have a prediction on who the Wyatts could go after? No, but I've not even begun to think about that. This is news that has literally just broke. And actually, you know, what we might be seeing is this transfer window. Until we know how this window is going to play out, we don't know who's moving where. We don't know what the landscape of SmackDown is going to look like. We don't know what the landscape of Raw is going to look like either. So I don't know that we can quite get into fantasy booking yet. Until we know how this thing settles down. Rhea Ripley then making her way out. Rhea! Mommy is back on top. Right. Ashton, shout out to you, my friend. Rhea making her way down to the ring. Rhea looking at her championship belt. She, of course, winning that championship last Monday. Right, Jay beats Gunther and becomes the new world champ, said Beast Mode. Do you think so? Jay beats Gunther to become the new world champ. I really would not hate that. What a moment that would be. I agree. The Wyatt storylines are weak, said Akeem. I'm calling for a Becky return here, said Brony. That would be huge. Oh my God. Imagine that. Imagine that. Imagine if we do get a Becky return here. Big mommy chance. Mommy is back on top. She looks great with her hair, by the way. I just want to remind the ones that might have forgot. I'm Rhea Bloody Ripley. I'm once again your women's world champion. Nia Jax. Nia Jax is coming out. Nia Jax looking around. We got these lasers shooting up. Chris, shout out to you, my friend. Appreciate the support. We need to end that Sammy poll. So she was talking about the transfer window. So is she moving? I had to come out here to talk to Mommy. I had to come out here to talk to Mommy. Yeah, loud boos for Nia. Nia said, yeah, that's true, actually. We haven't been getting women announcing for the Rumble, have we? I'm going to take whatever title I want. Oh, Bailey's still in the crowd, is she? Yeah, there's Bailey. What are you doing here? I live here. What are you doing here? I live here. She ain't winning Jack. Wow, I think Jack will be pleased about that. There's only one woman on the top of this division. She hasn't confirmed that she has been transferred. Melee. Oh, Bailey jumps over the barricades. BBL Bailey is coming for me. This might not be my show, but this is my city. She called her a big old dumb idiot. Bailey just gets pushed, man. Bailey goes flying over to the corner. Mommy gets pushed by Nia. Nia with a headbutt to Rhea with a headbutt to Nia. Headbutt coming back. Rhea goes down. Bayley down. Rhea down. Bayley. Oh, knee to the side of the head. Oh, look at this. We got Rhea and Bayley working together. That's kind of fun. That's kind of fun. Okay, so Michael Cole said, I don't have any confirmation. Don't have any confirmation she's part of this show. Rhea Bayley, I'm definitely down for that. Bayley having a look at that championship. Rhea versus Bayley. Bayley very obviously staring at that championship. Very interesting as well that Michael just said there's no confirmation that she is on this brand. Why do they keep showing stuff and we don't get any commentary over the top of it? They're just showing us Madison Square Garden. And there's no words being said. Why are you showing me Madison Square Garden, kids? I think we do have a Raw on the way to WrestleMania there, so... Oh. New Day return to action next week. Worst segment on the show so far, said LS Dub. We've got words. Oh, do you? Oh, we don't have them. That's strange, isn't it? JBL is going to be on the show next week. JBL? Drew McIntyre. Seth Rollins. That's coming up next week. Street fight coming up next. It's going to be John O'Clock, said Alex. John O'Clock. JBL wrestling again. I don't think he's wrestling. Would you say this week was better or worse? Oh, no, it's a much better week this week. Much better. Doesn't have the star power, but that don't make it... Star power don't make it a better week. This is a better week. It just doesn't have the same level of star power, but that's absolutely fine. You're 5 hours ahead in the UK. Who won the street fight? Michael Cole. Michael Cole wins it. He gets involved and he wins it. He is now added to the Gunther Jey Uso match. Here's Finn. I know when your back is turned. And I enjoy stabbing you in it again and again and again. So, little video package. Right, did you see the new Justin Bradshaw retro figure? No, I don't think I did. Cal said, Tom Colicue reported on his stream that WWE have no creative plans for the Wyatt Six. JBL wins the street fight. Clothesline from hell, said TJF. Rodney said, why move the Wyatts to SmackDown before finishing the Final Testament storyline? Honestly, if they have a plan for the Wyatt Six that involves them moving to SmackDown and starting something as we, like, you know, a project as we build towards Rumble, build towards WrestleMania, and that's now more important, you would get it, wouldn't you? Why they've not finished the Wyatt Six, the Final Testament feud, I don't know. But moving them now doesn't not make sense. That makes sense. I can understand moving them. Because the thing is that Raw, Netflix want big stars, don't they? They want Roman, Cody, Drew, Jay. I don't think Netflix are that bothered by Wyatt 6. I don't know that they really classify as like big stars. So I can sort of understand why you would move them to SmackDown. It's not something that doesn't make sense to me. It makes sense to me as to why you would do that. The only thing I can't answer is why did you not finish the Final Testament feud first? I can't answer. I don't know why. I don't know why we've not done that. But moving them, it's not like it doesn't make any sense. It's not like they're buried or anything. I mean, SmackDown at the moment is 3 hours, so they've still got, like, you know, time to play with. Could be an issue, though, when we hit June and SmackDown goes down to 2 hours. That could be a problem. Damian against Finn Balor, then. This is going to be our next match. This is going to be a street fight, and this should be fun. Daze, 50 minutes for this match, or will they go 2.5 hours for this show? Is this our main event, is it? Main event street fight? I suppose. So Sean Ross Sapp said, this is listed as the main event segment. I find it unlikely that it's going to go 50 minutes. Don't know. Interesting. I honestly don't mind Raw finishing after 2.5 hours. I mean, obviously, people are going to say, why move the Wyatt 6 off Raw if you don't even have a Raw that goes 3 hours? If this doesn't go 3 hours and there's like a 20-minute segment where we could have had a Wyatt 6 segment, I don't have answers for that. I can't answer that. Well, it's like we're looking for logic where logic doesn't exist. The only thing I can say is if they want a new feud with, say, Judgment Day, and Judgment Day are also about to be moved to SmackDown, then you've got to move the Wyatt 6, haven't you? You've got to move them. But yeah, this is very interesting. I didn't realise that there was not like a... Because you never know, even though this might be the last match, they might have a promo segment lined up after it, you know? Oh, Rey Mysterio! Rey getting a big pop. Thoughts on Penta? Yes. He just proved to the whole world why he is here. So now Jackie wants to have a word with Rey about the New Day. Are you going to do anything about it? So Rey has spoken about Penta being here, and he says that he's known him a long time and he's always envisaged that this would be his home. Big E was the heart and soul of New Day. Yeah, there is a lot of Mexican... I mean, like, it makes sense that they did Penta here. The Hispanic population is out in force at this show. Cal said, I'll be honest, it feels like they're doing a disservice to Wyndham's legacy. The way they're treating Taylor and the Wyatt Six, it'll just destroy all the momentum. Cal... shout out to you. Crash Dummy said Rey feuding with New Day is kind of out of pocket. Mike said, okay, so the Wyatt Six are moving. Let's work out who they might feud with, says Mike. Again, it's hard to say. I mean, all I can tell you is that the word on the street was their next feud after this was going to be Judgment Day. So I don't have really a reason to think it'll be anyone other than Judgment Day. If we don't see the Wyatt Six on SmackDown, there's going to be riots, said Jake. It's anarchy. Shout out to you, my friend. Daze, I was thinking this whole time the Wyatt Six was eventually going to feud with Judgment Day. They still could. We know that there's been conversations. Finn Balor from behind with a kendo stick. Yeah, we know there's been conversations. We saw Dominic having a word, so we just don't know who's moving, but it feels like there's going to be some sort of Judgment Day movement to SmackDown. And word on the street was that Judgment Day would be next. Oh, kendo stick again there by Finn. Gets hurled. Damian, boom, to the midsection. Boom, across the back. Oh, he's unloading. Damian unloading on Finn. He's got Finn against the ropes. Up. Boom! Slams him down. Patsy said this match might be closer to 40 minutes with commercials and Finn has still got to come out. Face first. And again. Damian getting slammed into the commentary table. Oh, he gets caught. Belly to belly up. Bah! Planted. Finn planted into that commentary table. Holds over the commentary table. Finn Balor down. Damian going under the ring. Crowd wanted tables. They're getting tables. WTF is Triple H doing? Wyatt's booking is inconsistent, and now they're moving to SmackDown. Natalya didn't win, then Dakota didn't win. Might have to take a break from wrestling if Finn doesn't win, says Wrestle Night. Oh, Finn taking Damian's legs out from underneath him. Oh, big shot. Finn Balor charging over to the outsides. Finn coming around. Kick to the midsection there by Damian. Over. Oh my God, he just hurls Finn. Damian going over. Finn Balor down at the moment. Damian. Trash can. Boom! Finn Balor with this trash can. And again. Finn should win this, said Mike. Clean after being beaten up for most of the match. Does this keep it neutral in the minds of the people? I would like it clean, to be honest. I'm not sure we're going to get it clean. What with him being a heel and everything, you've got to think that they're going to have the rest of Judgment Day get involved. Oh, into the barricades. Right now we've got Damian stalking after Finn. Damian goes into the crowds. And again, boom! Shot there by Finn. Finn is after Damian. Damian. Chop there by Finn. Oh my God. Finn just went hard into those railings. Tell you what, some good action in this already. Finn going in the crowds. Going up. Shots coming in there by Damian. Another big shot coming in there by Damian. They're in the crowds. Oh, you can see those tables. We've got a big spot coming here. We've got a big spot coming here. Damian Priest has gone over some railings. He's wobbling. Finn Balor with another shot. Oh my God. Big shot there. Damian is grabbing Finn. No way. No way. He's not going to suplex him. He's not going to suplex him. He's going to suplex. He's picking him up. He's got him up. Oh my God. Wow. Drives him through the tables. What? Massive spot. Massive spot. Oh, we are just pulling everything out the bag now that we're on Netflix. That was huge. That was huge. They're saying that they're checking on... Look at it. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. EC dub. EC dub. EC dub. It's just like... God, that was so good. They're checking on him to see if the street fight can continue. Mate, they just absolutely planted him on that. There's a stretcher that's come out. I think it's all okay. That was sick, wasn't it? Is there a Raw talk tonight? They haven't advertised a Raw talk. Tell you what, there's going to be a lot of disappointment, though, because we went into today with lots of hype around the Wyatt 6. What with that tweet. And then we've flipping come out with no Wyatt 6. Absolutely nothing apart from Carrion going, oh, yeah, they're going to SmackDown. I mean, that is disappointing in it, to be honest. You're kind of expecting one thing. You very much get another. Damian is up, so Damian is okay. Penta against anyone would be a banger, said Mike. They're just checking on Damian. He's okay. He's taking a deep breath. Chris said, could the Wyatts go after DIY and Candice? Yes. But it depends if they're not being moved. And again, word on the street was their next feud was going to be Judgment Day. I don't know if that's changed, but... Finn Balor's got a neck brace on. He's on a stretcher. Damian Priest back in the ring, going over to the corner. Jeremy said, is it me or is Nia losing some weight? I think she has lost some weight, to be honest. I think she has lost some weight. I don't know what we're going to do here because Balor's on this stretcher. Dustin Rhodes said, I'm truly happy to see other colleagues shine in. Pro wrestling business is a special family. Thank you for all my years and friendships in the business. So Netflix have translated Penta's promo, apparently. Where they're trying to... I don't know what they're doing with this stretcher. I know he's got this net brace on. So Damian is back in the ring. Look at this. Oh, amazing. That's probably Finn written off TV for a while. But what are we going to do with this main event? Damian's like, nah, forget this. Forget this. He goes chasing after Balor. He goes after Carlito. All right, now he's got JD. Hurls him into, oh my God, into the Titantron. He has a look at Finn Balor. Throws down big clubbing blows. Now he's got Balor in the stretcher. And he's rolling him back and he's going to hurl him. Oh, back into the ring. He just hurled the stretcher into the side of the ring and Balor ended up rolling into the ring. This match is continuing. And Balor may not want it to. Oh, big clothesline. Amazing. Raises his arm in the air. Damian Priest looking to put Finn Balor away, but Carlito backstabber. Backstabber by Carlito. JD's in there. Could someone come to the aid of Damian Priest? Oh. It's a no DQ match, said Crash Dummy. Nothing the official can do. Balor takes the neck brace off. He's going to look to hit a coup de grace, and he does! Coup de grace connects. 1, 2. Oh, Priest gets his shoulder up. Priest gets his shoulder up. Daze, do we think that someone could come out to help Priest? I can't think of anyone. Don't know, but you never know what they're about to start. It did feel that way. It still feels that way, that someone could come to his aid. Here we go. War Raiders are the ones. War Raiders have come to the aid. Big kick there by Ivar. JD, boom, gets planted hard. Brawling on the outside of the ring. War Raiders battling. It's just going to leave Finn and Damian. Finn and Damian in the ring on their own. JD Carlito being dealt with. Sling Blade connects. Balor in control. He's still holding onto his neck. I think this has been a really fun Raw. I've really enjoyed this Raw. If Raw is going to be of this standard each week, then we are eating so good. I think it's been really fun. Oh, so much better than last week. It's not even close. We're not even in the same flipping neighborhood. Chair shots raining down by Balor. Tony said, I'm sad, but I'm giving up on the Wyatts. It's really disappointing if we don't see them Friday and just get a video. Well, I don't feel like you have to give up. There's not really a reason to give up. Oh, right now we've got Damian on a chair. And then another chair wrapped around his head. Balor back in the corner. Charging over. No, gets caught. South of Heaven. 1, 2. Oh, shoulder up. Shoulder up. I would love to see Finn Balor have the red and black demon character, said Christopher. Yeah, I think a lot of people would enjoy seeing the demon come back. Crowd are chanting, "This is awesome." They've chanted that a few times tonight. It's a real shame, isn't it? I think this has been a much better show than last week, but it won't do last week's ratings. Here we go. Balor sling blades. I'm getting autos of Bianca, Tiffy, Miz, R-Truth. My God. Which 4 autos would you get? 4? I don't know. I mean, I'd like to get a Lyra one now that she's the first women's IC. For everything you've done to me. Ah, my God. Yeah, I'd like to get Lyra's now. You'd probably never turn down an Uncle Howdy, would you? I mean, I like ones that would mean something, you know, rather than just like, I don't know, Sammy. Why would I get Sammy? I like Sammy, but if he wins a world title, then it'll be like, oh, into the timekeepers out. These guys are going crazy. They're absolutely smashing each other around this ringside area. They've driven each other through tables. Timekeepers area has gone a gander. I would love to see Bubba Ray Dudley come back and get a table and do a 3D on Finn, said Nip Butcher. Right now, Damian has got Finn. There's no rush, is there really? You can take his time. It's not like we've got to be done by a certain point. Picks him up. He's got him up in the air. He's going to look to raise his edge and boom! Through a table. He's absolutely smashed Finn Balor all around this arena. Crowd are chanting, "This is awesome." Great Raw. Could be a goated road to WrestleMania, said Alex. It's been really fun. My brother's keeper. Ah! Surely that's it. Surely that's it. 1, 2, 3. Damian Priest picks up the victory. I wonder if Alexa's goodbye was goodbye to Raw. I wonder if that's what her goodbye was earlier and we didn't understand it. Damian Priest has picked up the win, and it's a hell of a win. Let's get the match scores. A South of Heaven gets it done. Get your votes in. Oh, we've got the little credit thing. So it looks like we might be done early, you know. We will see you live next week. That was a fantastic match, said Dro. Really good. And the show has come to a conclusion. Wow. I mean, look, we're going to, of course, do a review and everything of that show. I was really impressed with that. I thought there was a lot of talking points. I thought the in-ring action was actually turned up. I feel like this is one of those Raws where normally we would go loads of talking points, loads of announcements, Wyatt 6 moving to SmackDown, loads of people announcing for the Rumble, starting off hot with Punk, loads of interesting matchups, but it's just the in-ring lets it down. I feel like we've said that week after week after week, and that's like the normal pattern, to be honest. That's how these things normally go. I do not think that's what we just got. I think what we just got is a normal Raw, but with the in-ring actually turned up. And that's reflected by the fact that of the first 4 matches, 2 of them were great. And actually, this match, our main event match, would be match number 5, and it's currently going to get a great rating as well. So 3 of the 5 matches tonight look like they're going to come out with great ratings by you guys. And that is honestly much better than usual. Normally, all the matches are good, apart from the main event, which is great. That's how it normally goes. But it feels like we've definitely been treated to some better in-ring action on this show. So, yeah, really good. Really good. I know that we're kind of repeating ourselves, but it is, I think, a really good offering by WWE. And if this is the standard going forwards, I'll be thrilled. Right. Raw show went off the air. Damian has picked up the win. He has. Looking forward to seeing what people have got to say about this. The review video, I think, should be a lot of fun. What an effing match, said Julian. The second show has a runtime of 2 hours 33. Priest reminds me of the villain from Cyborg, said Defcom. Defcom, shout out to you, my friend. Hope you well. Hope you enjoyed this week's show. And we're going to end up with this poll. Why are we believing Carrion when we don't on X, says TJF. I think for me it's because he might not be telling the truth, but for it to be said on TV. So, you know, we know that people can do what they want on X. So on X, he can put anything out. It's his, like, personal account. And so if he wants to be a bit cheeky on X, that's one thing. But to actually say something during an official broadcast, actually on Raw, that means that WWE have scripted it or have told him to say it. So it becomes a lot more believable then when he says it on the actual program. Because on his personal account, that's his personal account. And if he wakes up and he wants to be a bit cheeky one day, he can do that. But on the show, this is scripted, this is planned. And listen, we've just had nothing from the Wyatt Six. If they're not moving to SmackDown, my question is, where were they? If they're not moving to SmackDown, if what he has said is not true, where were they? Because they put a tweet out that sort of teased something was going to happen on this show, and we've just ended up with nothing. Nothing. And so I think that's the reason why I'm believing them, because I'm like, well, I think that was the news. I think the news was that they are moving to SmackDown. And I think the reason we didn't get anything is because they're now planning for whatever their future holds on that brand. And I don't even know if they know at the moment. It's honestly the big talking point, isn't it, amongst Wyatt Six fans? I do agree to take it with a pinch of salt. I do agree to not get, don't take it as absolute gospel. I completely agree with all of those things. But if someone was to ask me right now, do you think it's true? My answer would be yes. I think they are moving to SmackDown. Right, we've got the scores. I need to go away and get the poll up to get everybody's thoughts together. Massively appreciate everyone joining us. I hope you I really enjoyed this show, and I hope you enjoyed this show. I'm going to put up the feedback request right now so that we can get your feedback. So feedback request. What did you think about Raw? What do you think about Wyatt 6 moving to SmackDown? That's going to be interesting. I know our community is going to be very interested in talking about that. That has gone up now. Now, to my knowledge, I don't think there is a Raw Talk, so I don't know that the Wyatt 6 can kind of do anything on Raw Talk. Yeah, I'm not aware of anything. I might just have a look over. Oh, no, I can't. There's no WWE Network, is there? If they were going to do something, they would do it on Netflix or on their social media. And again, I'm not aware of anything. Raw on Netflix reactions. There was no announcement during the show to do with Raw Talk, so that's it. Unless the Wyatt 6 put something out. That was it. That was all your show. Sean Ross Sapp said, there are multiple post-show dark matches that are listed. Not sure what that means for the length of tonight's show. So, dark matches, but I don't know, man. I'm not seeing anything about the Wyatt 6 being moved. It was on the show. It was on the show. Right, we're done. Awesome. Thank you for joining us. Really appreciate the support, but you know that anyway. I'm going to go away, work on Unseen, and then I'm going to go straight into the review of today's show, and I think today's review is going to be very, very interesting. So thanks for joining us. I'll be back tomorrow for NXT. No WEP tomorrow because that has moved now to, I think, a Wednesday. So that means we will start at 11 tomorrow for NXT. We will start 2 hours before NXT so we can have a good debrief, a good catch up, a good chat about what went down today. So plenty of content on the way, my friends. Thank you so much. I will see you again next time. Bye for now.